Hello, folks. Happy Saturday. Happy Saturday. It's Saturday. Happy weekend to those that have a weekend. All right. Okay. Ugh. All right. Let's see who we have here, shall we? Let's see who we have here. First of all, first we have Dodongo. Hello, Dodongo. How are you doing? Dodongo says the fact that nothing was done to the people who were part of the first ICE murders and the fact that there were several more shootings that got less attention has made me numb. I don't blame you, Dodongo. There have been several murders, and once in a while, I feel the urge to remind everyone that that's still going on because their tactics have improved. And what I mean by that is that they're doing it more in a hidden way now to not attract as much public attention, amongst other reasons. But yeah, so we need to remember that it's still happening. Plus everything else is pumped out of the White House is septic tank deluge of idiocy every day. Oh, I know, Dodongo. It's yeah, flood the zone, as Steve Bannon would call it. Okay, hello SoCal. How are you doing, SoCal? SoCal says Dodongo for ICE only wanting such big, tough, strong patriots. They sure uh, quite often cry like infants about how they're the victim. Total mommy's boys, not proud boys. Totally so, Cal. As you can see with fascism, that is the case. Yeah, that's kind of what happens in fascism. Hello, AMA. How are you doing, AMA? AMA says, hello, AMA. How are you doing, AMA? So glad you're here, of course. Hello, Hedonic Samuel. So glad to see you again. So glad you're here, Hedonic Samuel. Hope you're doing well out there. Hello, Trump Failed. How are you doing, Trump Failed? Everyone, check out Trump Failed channel on YouTube. Trump Failed has a channel. I think, what is the name of your channel, Trump Failed? It's called Trump Failed, isn't it? Isn't your channel on YouTube called Trump Failed? Regardless, everyone check out Trump Fail's channel over on YouTube. Hope you're doing well. Hello, elevator lady. So glad you're here. So glad you're here. Um, so glad you're here. I'm glad you're here, elevator lady. By the way, our glorious overlord Meowzord, who's the sun, the moon, and the stars, has granted us a channel on Discord that will allow people to post their YouTube channels and notify people. It's called the Partners channel, and notify people who want to be notified of when our partners put new videos on YouTube or go live on YouTube. So for those of you who do have YouTube channels that you're trying to grow, or Twitch channels where you go live, maybe speak to Meowsert about that. I'm not sure how it works entirely yet. I just read about it recently with like a few minutes ago, but just something to think about. Hello, James Nordoff. That sounds so, doesn't that sound cool, guys? Our partners. Oh, we sound so official. Okay. Ooh, so official. Okay. Hello, James Nordoff. How are you doing, James Nordoff? I hope you're doing well. Always glad to see you here. Hello, Norman, also called Luigi's Dead. Rest in peace. CR, make them stop talking about raccoon love in the Discord. What the fuck does that mean, Norman? What the fuck does that mean? What raccoon love? Whatever. Fuck you, Norman. Hello, Norman. How are you doing? Hello, Jonas. Hello, Jonas. Love having Jonas here, of course. Love having Jonas here. Hope you're doing well, Jonas. Um, do. Hello, Jay Williams. Good morning, Jay Williams. Jay Williams, a great artist. Please go to our Discord. Go to Jay William Art's profile. Open up his profile. Click on the link that you find there. There are two links, one to his Instagram, one to his X/Twitch account. You can see some of his art. He takes commissions, and he's a great artist. Eventually, I'm going to commission something from him myself. So please enjoy Jay Williams' art. Hello, Weirdamorphous Blob. How are you doing, Weirdamorphous Blob? We love the Blob. We love the Blob. We're all blob stands in here. How are you doing, Weirdamorphous Blob? Hello, Dolly Boy, one of the angels of the server, leader of the Dolly Boy cult, who will soon have his own emoji. We are going to make a Dolly Boy cult emoji and stickers, hopefully soon, because we need to have some representation for the Dolly Boy cult, okay? Hello, Mayflower Kid, another one of our glorious overlords, another one of our glorious overlords. So glad you're here, Mayflower Kid, as always. So glad you're here. We all love Mayflower Kid, angelic queen, lord of lords, etc., okay? Or lady of ladies. What the fuck is the right word for, I don't know how to gender royal titles, whatever, it's fine. You're a ruler, you're a Lionheart, okay? SoCal says, what snacks Is CR gonna be stuffing in his face today? None, SoCal, none. Not now, at least. I'm trying to lose weight. No, actually, I just forgot to get some. I do have nuts, though. If I need to, I'll eat some nuts. I'll eat some nuts. Okay. Okay. I better be careful making jokes about losing weight, or everyone's gonna be like, "Oh my god, body dysmorphia." Okay, anyway. But no, I'm not actually trying to lose weight. I have nuts right next to me. Okay. You eat those nuts. Thank you, Philly cheese. Okay. Rocky Mountain. Oh, you all are disgusting. God, can we just have a normal day, like a normal conversation? Hello, Philly cheese. How are you doing? So glad you're here, as always. So glad you're here. Love having Philly cheese here, as always. Okay, let's speed through this a bit. Let's speed through this a bit faster. Hello, LaCroix. Yes, ICE does get to murder whoever they want. God bless America. That's what you have the freedom to do here in America. You have the freedom to die at the hands of the state. That is the freedom you have in America. You're all free to die at the hands of the state. Okay, so isn't that great? Weird amorphous blob. We do it all the time overseas. Crimes literally go, oh, of course, of course, of course. It's the boomerang theory, right? Weird amorphous blob. It's the boomerang theory, of course. All right. Okay. Who else did I miss? Who else did I miss? Hello, Louise. So glad you're here, Louise. Really, so glad. So glad you're here, Louise, as always. Okay. So glad you're here. One of the originals. Do we have to pay you for a partnership? No, not right now, LaQual. Let's put it that way. I'm not planning to do that anytime soon. If I get bigger and there are many people asking for it, we might have to do some kind of payment thing. But that we're not close to that right now. And so it's more, well, it depends. So, I don't know. I haven't really thought much about it. Let's put it that way. Okay. Um, so, okay. Shh. Um, Gotcha, LaQual. Yeah, no, please. You can, yeah, yeah, we'll do it for free. Okay. It'll be done for free. Okay. So for all the people that do have it out there, who have channels, etc., for now, it's 100% free. It'll probably remain free for a very long time. Okay. All right. So let's see here. Norman hates raccoons 69ing each other. What the fuck was happening in the chat? I swear to God. Do you know that there's a lot of gay raccoons? Do you guys know that? There's a lot of raccoons. Well, male raccoons love doing gay shit, by the way. Okay, anyway. Jonas, Dolly Boy cult is the only home for the downtrodden. Through Dolly Boy, we will persevere and succeed. This is the only path to salvation. Oh my God, Jonas, I swear to God. Okay. All right. All right. I'm going to speed through here, making sure I didn't miss anyone. Did I miss anyone? I don't think so. I don't think so. Hello. Hello. Chairman Bart. Hello, Chairman Bart. Hope you're doing well. So glad you're here, Chairman Bart. All right. All right. All right. Okay. 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 So, guys, we have a few things we're going to do today. We have a few things we're going to do. We are first going to, we have a few news items to talk about. LaQuaba, we were talking about gay raccoons and the lack of sapphic raccoons. Is that so? Are there no lesbian raccoons? That's interesting. I didn't know that. Okay. I'll have to, that's interesting. All right. Um, I get it, Trump failed. So, okay. They're anti-girl on girl. What? Those disgusting raccoons. I swear to God. Okay, get rid of all the raccoons. All right. Okay, that sounds bad. Someone's gonna make a dark joke about me saying that, but okay, whatever. I hate all of you. All right. So let's go on, guys. So we have a few. Jonas, don't you start with me. Okay. We have a few things to talk about, right? We have a few things to talk about. Nothing, Norman, nothing. We have a few things to talk about today, other than women, which is in big letters across the top, which we will get to. We will get to women eventually. Okay. Um, you disgust me, Dolly Boy. How dare you? Look, 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 look. The cult leader here trying to get brownie points. The Dolly Boy saying, oh, you want to genocide chimpanzees and raccoons? You disgust me, CR. Yeah, great. What a great cult leader you all have there. Look at that whiny cult leader. Anyway, okay. Gonna talk about femoid. I hate all of you so much. Okay. So we have a few things we're gonna talk about, right? We have a few things we're gonna talk about. Oopsie, where'd my face go? So we have some news items. We have a few news items. Yesterday, by the way, guys, I tried to divide the server into uh I tried to divide the server into colors to try and create division amongst the working class, but it failed miserably. So I'm gonna need to try a different approach. All right, so let's go on here. It was very fun. It was like I was like, oh, the purples and the greens are, the greens are bad and the purples are good. And like, it was fun. It worked really well. And then, but there was massive resistance to my authoritarian rule and it didn't work very well. Anyway, okay, so let's go on here. It was sort of it was a lesson. It was a lesson, right? Motherfucker is here, Luigi, or I should say Norman. Motherfucker is absolutely here. Mayflower kid, you're being asked for. Okay, that's true. The Dolly Boy cult and the Royal Liberation Army, the Roy G. Liberation Army, have a unity that will never collapse. We'll see about that weird amorphous blob. I would have gotten away with it too if it weren't for you meddling kids. Okay, anyway. Let's go on here. My segregation in the leftist space didn't work. It was a lesson, Philly cheese. Anyway, moving on. So, some news items. Now, honestly, we have some very dark news items. We're going to talk about a few news items here. Then we are going to how dare you, Trump failed. We are going to continue our talk about fascism. I'm hoping to wrap up Italian fascism today, wrap up Mussolini and things like that. It is a complicated topic to discuss just because it's hard to fully understand fascist Italy without also understanding Nazi Germany, because fascist Italy to some extent became vassalized to Nazi Germany. So we're going to complete our conversation somewhat about Italian fascism today up to World War II. But we're not going to go beyond that. And then next week, we will start Nazi Germany, talk about National Socialism, Nazi ideology, that kind of fascism. And then so that we can compare and contrast the two. One of them, the Italian fascists, massively influenced the German fascists, but it was a different kind of fascism, which is what you're going to see, guys, is that different fascisms, although there is a similar strain amongst them all, each one is different. Okay, each one is different. Jonas, I was considering it. Jonas said, will we get into Japan too? Maybe. That is debated by historians about whether it's real fascism. I would say, I think it's definitely very close to it if it isn't. But yes, so we might talk about Japan. We're definitely going to talk about Spain, maybe Romania, and then modern day fascisms to have sort of a general idea of different kinds of fascism and what they look like. What? Message me in Discord. I can't read the Twitch chat display until I get my new glasses. Oh, it's okay, Mayflower Kid. We're more of a blob. Can we also talk about the way Nazis, fascists, and collaborators were propped up in posts where actually we're more of a blob. I wasn't going to do that, but I only because I didn't think about it. That's a really good idea. Maybe we should do that. Okay. I actually know a lot about the post World War II fascist diaspora and how fascists were used to fight against communism, essentially. So yeah, definitely. Maybe if we have time, we'll get into that. And if not during this fascist theme, we'll do it at a different time. But yes. Okay. So let's go on here. First, let's talk about a few news items. Then we'll get into the fascism, as always, right? You always get into fascism. This is that's insane, LaQual, right? Okay. All right. So there is you see, LaQual, fascism is like champagne. It's only real if it's from certain parts of Europe. Otherwise, it's just sparkling authoritarianism, hilarious, right? I would actually, as I've said, LaQual, I would argue that Japanese fascism was fascist, but LaQual's actually making an interesting point here. There is, and we're going to actually talk about some of this today. There's sort of a lot of historians have a bias where they have trouble applying the fascist label to non-Western places, which is dumb to me because it's a phenomenon that happens in a lot of places. Yes. So, but I am unsure if it is a good. Japanese fascism is unique. I mean, a lot of fashions are unique. Yes, LaCroix. So I think Japan was fascist, but it looks a lot different than like all fascisms do, and it's very confusing. To be honest with you, it's hard to talk about because it's like government by assassination. So like people, like everyone kills everyone else, and then like new people come to power, and So it's hard to talk about, but you know what? Well, maybe we will do a Japanese fascism. Okay, maybe we will do Japanese fascism. Okay, so um, yeah, I agree that they are probably fascist. All right, almost certainly. I'm just being a historian because of what other historians say. Okay, so that is correct. So Cal, correct. Okay, um, so here is the first sort of depressing story here. Um, here is the first sort of depressing story here. Uh, that is, there was a Mexican um, construction worker builder who was murdered by ICE. And to be clear, I'm sorry, Sir Bart. Was there a question? About fascism? That is also argued, Sir Bart. Were the Ba'athists fascists? There is an element of fascism there, absolutely. Yes. Well, it depends on how you define fascism, but um, we'll get into this. This is where it gets complicated because different historians define these things differently. Okay. Have you covered Fujimori winning in Peru? CR, I have not. Philly cheese. I should do that. Okay. Sorry, guys. I know everyone's talking about a lot of things. I will. I will start the story in a second. I'm just reading a few comments here. Yeah, Weirdomorphous Blob. And to be clear, Weirdomorphous Blob knows this a lot. There were several places, for example, Egypt. And listen, don't take this the wrong way. This is complicated. And I'm not saying that Egypt was fascist. The Egyptian government did use some former Nazis in their government. Their same thing with Syria. The Assads used former Nazis in their government. Um, and Baathism, Sir Bart, I think ideologically was absolutely fascist. Now, whether it ended up being fascist in practice on the ground, we can debate that. But then Japan, I think, is inarguably fascist. Other historians say it isn't. Okay. Yeah, AMA. There's also so this is we're getting ahead of ourselves. Let's put it that way. Okay. So let's go on here. Okay. This is why I like studying fascism, guys, because there's still a lot of debate about these things. All right. All right. Mexican builder fatally shot. Yeah, let's do Japan next. Okay. Again, we'll see, but after I cover 1 second before I continue, I know a lot of folks are trying to get me to cover like Japan or things like that. It is important to understand that the origins of modern day fascism come from Europe. Okay, now that includes Japan, by the way. So I'm gonna during this themed week, we're gonna talk about the fascisms of Europe that sort of create that ended up sort of metastasizing elsewhere in the world. Does that make sense? Okay. So if it seems like I'm being Eurocentric, it is because ideologically, that fascism did start there. Okay. Does that make sense? Okay. So then, yes, we can talk about Japanese fascism and stuff too. But that was largely yes, it did, Lacroix. But that was largely taken from European imperial, like Japanese fascism, guys, was basically just stealing European notions of fascism and imperialism. So I want to be clear. I don't want you to think I'm being Eurocentric. I'm talking about the intellectual history, and then yes, does that make sense? Okay, we'll go on here. Um, which, by the way, not exactly a good sign for Europe that that's where it came from, right? Okay, all right. So let's go on here. Okay, right. So, Mexican builder fatally shot by an ICE officer is mourned after making life in the U.S. So, for those who didn't hear about this, I'll read you the story. It's very depressing. ICE murdered someone else. Okay, hello, Marzipan. Uh, um, ICE murdered someone else. Now, to be clear, there is ICE has been murdering people left and right, but this is sort of a reminder, folks, that there are still people being murdered by ICE. This guy was, I think, 53 years old or something like that. 53 years old or something like that. He had lived in the United States for over 30 years. He had lived in the United States for over 30 years. Yeah, he was undocumented. Likely he was undocumented. but he had lived in the United States for 30 years. He was a father of 3, and he was murdered in cold blood by ICE agents who were in an unmarked vehicle. Okay, so let me read to you the story here. The builder got up every morning long before dawn, left home to pick up his construction crew, and then headed out to work on yet another house somewhere across the sprawl of Houston. I know, Lacroix. I know. Uh, I think probably Maori, almost certainly. Maori, excuse me. Maori Meteor, welcome to the chat. I love your name. Love the Maori. Okay, very badass group of people who have been through a lot of shit from the government of New Zealand. But anyway, and Europeans generally. But glad you're here. I do think they have killed over 100, likely. Okay. So the builder got up every morning long before dawn, left home to pick up his construction crew, and then headed out to work on yet another house somewhere across the sprawl of Houston. 14 hours later, Lorenzo Salgado Araujo would return to the wife he'd met as a teenager in Mexico and the modest house he'd built for his family on the city's east side. It's what he'd done for decades, according to Ronaldo Salgado, his oldest son. He said his father built hundreds of houses over 35 years, creating a life for his family and watching as his 3 sons headed off to college. On Tuesday, a U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement officer fatally shot Salgado Araujo, 52, after he was pursued by federal agents driving unmarked vehicles while he was taking his crew to their latest job site. The shooting has outraged Houston leaders and renewed public scrutiny over ICE and Trump's immigration crackdown. 4 Democratic members of Congress. I don't care. I'm sorry. I don't care about what the Democrats are saying. Fuck them. Unless they do something, I don't give a shit. So I'm going to skip that session. Okay. Yeah. Blah, 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 blah. We are never going to forget that his blood is on Donald Trump's hands, said Rep. Christian Menifee. Shut the fuck up. I don't care. I don't care what you have to say. We are not at war. Lorenzo Salgado Araujo was not a casualty. He was a human being who was murdered by our government. Yeah, you say that, but you don't give a fuck. Anyway, sorry, guys. I want to hear more about him. All right. Salgado Araujo was not the target of ICE's operation. Federal agents who were looking for someone else when they tried to stop Salgado Araujo's wife, Van, Garcia said, citing a briefing she received from ICE's acting director. The Department of Homeland Security said that an ICE officer fired at the van in self-defense. Of course they say that. The claim here, guys, is that Araujo actually drove the van at agents. Funny enough, they haven't released the body cam footage. The agents haven't released the body cam footage. And and there is no footage of that part of it where he apparently attacks them with a van. So, let's be honest, that's not what fucking happened. And by the way, they were in an unmarked vehicle. So if anything, it was self-defense on his part. Because if you start getting followed with your fellow construction workers in a van with an unmarked van around town and you're a minority group, what the fuck do you expect to happen? Okay, someone's going to get scared. Someone's going to maybe act out in a way for what doesn't know what's happening. Okay? All right. So, officials described him as an illegal alien. He rammed an ICE vehicle. They have provided no evidence. Of course they haven't. Right? Of course they haven't. The 3 men that Salgado Araujo was driving said that he shot through a passenger window and that the ICE officer who fired was not in front of the van or even in danger. A lawyer who has spoken with them said Friday. His family has also disputed the account from ICE. They said lawyers who were helping him apply for a work permit had explained how he should behave if immigration agents stopped him. Araujo was close to obtaining legal status when he was killed. Who cares? It doesn't matter. I don't care if he didn't have documents. You don't murder someone. By the way, this is also an indictment of our immigration system that someone that had been here for 30 years still wasn't viewed as a citizen. Are you fucking kidding me? He built a home here. He had worked here for 30 years. Why the fuck isn't he considered a citizen? Okay. He believes his father may have been scared that he was being followed by unmarked vehicles, worried someone was planning to steal his van or his tools. That's what Jonas said, okay? The shooting in the heavily Hispanic neighborhood is at least the 8th death during the Trump administration's immigration enforcement campaign. Okay, I'm going to read to you. This part's going to be sad, guys. This is about him. Araujo entered the U.S. more than 30 years ago, settling in Houston with his wife, where they raised 3 children. Education was a constant focus in the house, said Ronaldo Salgado, who is now a teacher. One of his brothers is an engineer. The other is in college studying engineering. Several children friends of Salgado recalled that his father was kind and soft-spoken, always inquiring about his wife's day and how his son's friends were doing after a long day at work. We didn't really see him until the end of the day when he came home to have dinner. But that just shows how much of a hard worker he was. Jessica Alanis, his neighbor, said, "Everything that they have now is thanks to to the dedication in that." Flores, a friend of Ronaldo Salgado since their freshman year of high school, said he first saw Araujo at his son's football game. "I think it speaks volumes of the kind of person he was," Flores says, recalling how Araujo showed up for his son even after an arduous day of work. Araujo's wife, a relative, said, is inconsolable. She is very upset, angry, sad, disoriented. Ramon, a nephew who lives in Mexico, told the AP on Facebook. Salgado, his oldest son, said at the Saturday vigil that he hoped he was making his father proud. "I'll keep fighting for him," he said. I'm going to cry, guys. I'm sorry. Okay. His brother, Lorenzo Salgado Jr., said the shooting of his father was a hard moment to be an American. It's fucking humiliating. Okay. Even though my government, my federal government, took away my father, we the people will bring justice. We the people are America. Oh my God. I wish I had that kind of hope. I wish I had that kind of hope. After coming home in the evening, Araujo liked to listen to music on the porch and pet the family dog. His family has described him as a simple man of routine. He did not deserve to die. Renato Salgado said he dedicated his life in the United States to giving his family the American dream. Okay. So, I don't blame you. So, okay. So, obviously, the inhumanity here is like massively is unbearable. Unbearable. And to be clear, guys, we even though ICE is still carrying out a massively violent campaign of forced deportation. Sylvie, you say here, um, 10 fatally shot, 50 in custody. Yeah, 50 died in custody. So about 60 overall have died because of ICE. I believe it. Okay. Oh, yes, I am, Sylvie. I'm just trying to focus on what I'm saying here. After Minnesota, Trump appointed a new head of ICE and a new head of Homeland Security who have been more clever about doing this secretly or trying to hide it, not do it as obnoxiously as it was being done before so that people don't get as upset. But it's still happening, folks. They're still doing mass immigration raids. They're patrolling minority neighborhoods. Okay. So to be clear, it's still happening. A lot of it just isn't in the media anymore, and that's on purpose. Okay. Absolutely, weird amorphous blob. Absolutely, they did. Okay. So, and this is, remember, guys, we actually said this. We talked about this as a community when Trump did get rid of the prior guy that was in charge, that this is just going to be a change in tactics. It's just going to be a change in trying to, it's a PR move. They're trying to hide it from the public more because they see that there's too much backlash if they're too obnoxious about it. Yeah, a lot of people have randomly disappeared in ICE custody. And as I've said, guys, I say this, we're gonna learn today about concentration camps, about some concentration camps that were created by Mussolini's Italy. It is not it does not take much at all to convert a holding camp or a detention camp into a death camp. It the hardest part of making a camp, okay, is making the camp and then transporting people to it. After you do that, you basically have you can do whatever the fuck you want to them. It does not take much to go from a detention camp to a death camp, okay? So, Sir Bart, we could make that argument, okay? We could make that argument that they are partially already death camps and that there have already been 50 some people that have died in custody. We have not so far, Sir Bart, and you know me, I'm not saying I trust this. We have not had evidence yet, like direct evidence of like mass deaths happening, but that doesn't mean they're not. Because, guys, if we don't know for a month that there are mass deaths happening, by the time we find out, there could already be thousands of people dead, right? So this is why it doesn't even really matter. The point is that they shouldn't exist at all because whether they've become death camps or not, they could be right now when we might not know. So, and it's not that hard to make it that way. So, and even that, guys, regardless, you still shouldn't have fucking internment camps. What the fuck are we doing? That's still a massive violation of human rights, etc. Okay, so obviously, even if they're not death camps, it doesn't fucking matter. It's like they shouldn't exist at all. I know, Chairman Bart. It's insane. Okay. Um, by the way, in Nazi Germany, and you know I use a lot of references to Nazi Germany. Most Germans, their lives went on as normal. Their lives went on as normal when the concentration camps were made. A lot of them didn't know any Jewish people. A lot of them may not have known anyone in the camps. They knew there were camps. A lot of the almost most of them knew there were camps, just like Americans do. But Germans didn't really fight back that much. Didn't really do much to stop the camps. They were human beings too, just like Americans are. Because they just went on about their days, because it wasn't affecting them directly, right? They had other things to focus on. They had to focus on work. They had to focus on other things, right? It's like, eh. I mean, at least it's not me in those camps. At least it's not one of my, um, it's at least it's not one of my, you know, it's not one of my relatives. Yeah, Jay Williams, as long as I'm comfortable, so what? People are dying and suffering, right? So to be clear, guys, this is not an unexpected reaction by the American public because it's very much a human reaction. I'm not excusing it. I'm saying we've seen this before, and maybe Americans should get off their asses and actually do something about it. Okay, but alas, I don't think that'll happen. Um, so what I like most about the documentaries was the Allied soldiers dragging yes, Drusilla. That's literally, Drusilla, what we should do here. Once this nightmare ends, if it ends, Americans should all be forcibly dragged to the sites of these camps and see what the conditions are like. That's what a lot the Allies did in Germany. They literally forced local German populations to go to the camps and clean them up and bury the bodies and see the horrors that had been committed there. Yeah. So Drusilla, so just to let you know, we are still living in this scenario. And by the way, this to be clear, this has been happening for a long time in America. If we think the American prison system isn't already kind of a giant concentration camp, you're mistaken. The American prison system is massively violating human rights every single fucking day. And so one thing I will say, guys, is that I thought it was kind of funny how like so many Americans are freaking out about these ICE internment camps, which they should. Okay. But there's also that liberal notion we need to get rid of the camps and then everything will be fine. No, you fucking idiot. We've had this massive repressive prison system. It's a giant fucking concentration camp, essentially. We have more people in prison than any other country on earth. We what is like a massive percentage of our population? What percentage of Americans are in fucking prison? Let's look it up. I can't quite remember. Um, percent of Americans in prison. 1%. About 1% of all people, which is a massive number. It's almost 2 million people. 2 million people incarcerated at any given point. Okay. Uh, so to be clear, yeah, we have 60% of the world's prison population. So to be clear, guys, this is honestly, this was a long time coming. By the way, before Trump, there was already another obvious concentration camp called Guantanamo Bay. That people, we kind of, pussyfooted around. Okay, it's fine. By the way, I don't mean that as a misogynist thing, but okay. Like we're just kind of like, it's whatever. Oh yeah, they're violating people's rights. Who the fuck cares? Yeah, they're doing torture. People don't have lawyers. Oh well, it's not me. They're terrorists. They're terrorists, right? So can we just be clear? As horrible, yeah, Ghraib, right? As horrible as these camps are, and they are horrible. It's not that much different than normal. And if we hate these camps, we need to end those fucking camps and every other fucking camps, all the other camps and forced labor and everything else. Okay. Yeah, Lacroix. Remember that Obama was going to shut down when he was running? Yep, never did. Interesting. So, right, Maori Meteor, yes, the American prison system is the one and only system in the developed world that is forced labor. Every other nation in the world, work is voluntary. Correct, because we're a monstrous government and we still enable slavery in our prisons. So, okay, we get that. We got that. So, to be clear, we can be upset about these camps and we should be, but we also need to remember that if we're upset about these camps, there's a lot of other things we also need to be upset about. So let's go on. Next story here. Um, okay. Uh, no, Maori, trust me, you don't want to defend Obama. Obama was terrible. He was. He did not get screwed by the Senate and Congress. He did not like he barely fought. Um, he didn't want to close it down. Yeah, he didn't want to close it down. He was not really, he didn't try very hard, Maori. He could have tried a lot harder. He didn't try very hard. Regardless, yes, the Senate and Congress did make it harder, but he was not a good president. Sorry to say. Okay, so let's go on here. Um, okay, next story here. This is kind of not as this is not as great, I guess you could say. This is not as shocking or tragic. Yeah, which is this weird amorphous blob. It's classic. Obama only ever tried a little bit and then immediately took being denied and said, "Well, I tried." That's exactly what the Democrats do. They put on a performance of trying, and then when they get shot down, they give up immediately, even though they could easily get it passed if they really tried. Okay. Of course, Lacroix. All right. So, um, Trump, we've been talking about fascist movements, and I wanted to point, we're going to talk a little bit about Mussolini's regime of censorship today. Um, Times journalists were subpoenaed, are being subpoenaed for reporting on Trump's use of that jet that the Qataris provided. Okay, so the Qataris have provided Trump with a jet. Okay, and Trump, because he's a fascist piece of shit, uh, is is subpoenaing journalists um, who are reporting about this new jet and reporting on how the government was telling Trump that he couldn't use it, how the Secret Service was saying he shouldn't use it because it's not totally safe and can't be trusted. Okay, so this is going to be a short little thing I'm talking about here, but this is a classic Trump tactic. Throw journalists into legal straits, even if he loses the cases, it's an intimidation tactic, right? So fascist regimes go after the press in a number of different ways, depending on the scenario. You'll see that in fascist Italy, the press was targeted through the passing of literal censorship laws and the destruction of any newspaper that wasn't fascist. It doesn't always go directly that way. Sometimes it's just legal pressure, um, and intimidation and things like that, or corporate conglomeration. Okay. So in this case, this is his classic tactic. He goes after journalists legally without, okay, um, without actually, you see what I mean. Sam's thinks Trump shouldn't get nice things. I hate you, LaCroix. Okay. So this is just more fascist intimidation, more authoritarian intimidation. And it's a classic. We all know that Trump does this. He tries to mire everyone down in litigation and legal things as an intimidation effort. And it works, especially for big news agencies like CBS, all those ones, like they've often been cowed into submission by Trump. Okay. Not to mention the people that own them don't really care. So we're seeing more of this happening. Okay. By the way, these subpoenas were delivered to these journalists by federal agents who showed up at the reporters' homes. Absolutely. Oz, total mafia boss tactics. That is unusual, by the way. You don't typically have the federal agents show up at your home with the subpoenas. Okay. Why do you think they did that? It's an intimidation tactic. All right. So to be clear, um, the appearance of federal law enforcement agents on the doorstep of news reporters should shock the conscience of any American who believes in the Constitution and the press freedom it protects. Okay. So obviously, another attempt, to kind of, intimidation. Okay. So that's our fascist regime. Um, you know, let's wait to talk about this last story here. About the housing bill that Trump refused to sign that has now become law, and that actually won't help much. I kind of want to, since we're talking about fascism, let's just do the fascism stuff first, and then we will go back to that, okay? Sylvie, you say, I have trouble finding the word I need to describe Trump. Like, he's smart enough and savvy enough in some regards, but still a dumbass that makes bad decision with what he knows. Yeah, so Sylvie, Trump, this is how I describe it. Trump is a blank slate. He only cares about himself. He only cares about himself, and, so he will listen to the people around him, a lot of the time, in regards to what is beneficial for him. I he's a dumbass, but I'm not sure how to frame it, okay? He's very good at being a mafia boss. He's good at being a thug, okay? So that's what he's good at. He's good at being a mafia boss, okay? Yeah, Rich Rain. Hello, Rich. How you doing? He was also raised around every rich asshole his whole life. Yeah. Okay. And he, you're right, Sylvie. You're making a good point. I'm running into the exact issue you have. I honestly think that it's the people around him who give him good advice. And by good advice, I mean, I don't agree with the advice, but the advice that is good for his power. You know what I mean? I don't think he's that bright. But yes, he is so hyper focused on himself. Um, I don't know how to answer that question. He's a moron, but he's also savvy, as you just said, Sylvie. Okay. All right. Okay. So he's a fucking monster. So guys, let's move on here. Let's move on. Yeah, cunning idiot. There you go. He's kind of like an idiot savant. He's an idiot savant. Okay. But we have seen he has made a lot of mistakes. He really has. Honestly, if I were a fascist dictator, and okay, that sounds bad, but there are some things he's done that I would not have done, and he has not gained totalitarian control yet. That's just a fact. He keeps getting pushback and having to change tactics. Um, that doesn't mean it's not a fascist regime, but he has not been that confident about achieving total control, okay? And this, do you see what I'm exactly, Jay Williams, for now? But what I'm saying is, if I were a fascist dictator, I would have been able to do it by now, I think. Okay. Like, I'm not saying that I'm particularly smart. It's just that it wouldn't have been that hard if you were competent. Okay. So, anyway, um, all right. All right. No, how dare you, Jay Williams? How dare you? Okay. All right. So, you see what I mean? Okay. So, let's go on here. All right. He also, for example, guys, started the war in Iran. He started the war in Iran, which is, really stupid because you're going to lose. Obviously, you're going to lose. All of us in here predicted that we would lose on day one of the fucking war with Iran, didn't we? Okay. Like, it's fucking obvious. Any expert would tell you this is going to be a disaster. Um, okay. He, anyway. Okay. Um, Yeah, Maori. We never learn here in America. We never learn the lessons of past invasions and evil and things like that. Okay, like that. Drizilla, how dare you? Okay. CR annoyed at how bad Trump is at being a fascist is peak CR. You guys get what I know. Okay, guys, let me reframe this. Let me reframe this. You all know I'm kind of traumatized. I know a lot about fascism. I studied it in grad school. You have to learn to think that way in grad school, like, what mistakes did this person make? Like how what For example, you're gonna see, guys, Mussolini actually was not that competent, and it ended up biting him in the ass. And so you do have to kind of think in these theoreticals, okay, about how fascists succeed and fail and shit. Okay, whatever. I hate all of you. No, Jonas, I did not. I hate all of you so much. Okay. Yeah, be a little Machiavellian about it, right? Okay. I hate all of you. Okay, I hate all of you. Peck on Bat, I hate you. I hate you, Drizzle. All of you. Fuck all of you. Fuck all of you. Okay, we're gonna keep. Let's talk. Let's talk. All right. Yeah. Yeah. You're such a. Yeah. You. Yeah. Exactly, Sylvie. Yeah. Yeah. I know. Vosh. We're not gonna talk about Vosh. Okay, let's put it that way. All right. So let's go on here. So let's go on to our next presentation here about Mussolini. All right. I know it's always a dumpster fire in here, Rosilla. So let's talk about Mussolini a bit more, shall we? So we have quiet, LaCola, how dare you? Okay, we have covered now. This will be our what? 1, 2, 3, our third day talking about Italian fascism. This our themes, the theme we've had going here for this week, and we'll have also for next week is fascism, the ideology of fascism, fascism in practice, modern fascist movements, what creates fascism, all about fascism. And this last week has been basically entirely Italian fascism, which was the original fascism. The first form of fascism was Italian fascism under Benito Mussolini. What was the name? As always, guys, we do a little quiz here. What was the name of the thinker, the original thinker of Italian fascism? Or the guy that kind of came up with what's kind of viewed as the original fascist ideology, ideologically. Gentile, correct, Jonas, Giovanni Gentile. What was the name, guys, of what war happened? I'm just going to ask you some random questions here. What war did Mussolini participate in that also caused a lot of humiliation in Italy? Do we remember that? World War One, correct, correct. Okay. What happened right after World War One that made it a lot easier for fascism to fester, for Mussolini and fascism and stuff to fester inside of Italy? What do we think? Exactly. Economic collapse, inflation, in unemployment. There were a bunch of veterans from the war. After 600,000 people died, there were a bunch of veterans from the war wandering around the streets of Italy that were unemployed. Okay. Um, and what kind of things were Mussolini's fasci di combattimento offering the people during the first time they ran for election? What were some of the things they were offering the first time they ran for election in their platform? Do we remember this? Yeah, stability, correct. Okay, 8-hour work week, socialist policies. Now, Later, what was the name of the party that well, first of all, what happened after the election of the socialists during that 1919 election? What happened right after that in Italy? After the socialists took over most of the seats in parliament. Do you remember? So after most of the socialists, so he completely lost that election. Mussolini did. The socialist won, and 8-hour workday. I'm sorry, did I say 8-hour work week? 8-hour workday. Forgive me. Correct. Weird amorphous blob. There were armed factory occupations, massive wave of labor militancy, and who was it? Who was it that ended up going to side? What parts of society started turning to the fascists for stability? What parts of the society started turning to the fascists to fight against the communists and socialists? Classic. This is classic fashion. Corporations. Who else? That is one of them. The libs, the liberals. Yes, the liberals, the industrialists, the financier, the bourgeois, right? The bourgeoisie, glorious, glorious capital. And because of that, um, he was able to generate a base of support. And what did he end up doing in order so he ends up getting a lot of votes in an election. True or false? He tried to sign, he remained loyal to the liberals. After the fascists got elected, he remained loyal to the liberals. True or false? Because they thought they could control him. False. Of course he didn't remain loyal to the liberals. How dare you, Sir Bart? True or false? He tried to sign a treaty of pacification with the socialists. He tried to have peace with them. True. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. Did I look at the wrong thing? Yes, he did. Okay. And unfortunately, the socialists were kind of foolish and they agreed to it. Now, this didn't end up working. He ended up having a massive rally. Yeah, weird amorphous blob. Okay. Yeah, Jonas. It didn't end up working, obviously. And there was major pushback. He did not immediately, Jonas. He actually tried to form an alliance with the socialists who were dumb by doing this, all we know. Not all of them agreed to this, by the way. But okay. He then had a massive rally, overturned the Pact of Pacification. And I read to you that at that big rally is when he officially made the Italian Fascist Party, okay? And I read to you some of the parts of that the party platform. Do we remember how the first part of that platform claimed to offer labor concessions, always with like a condition at the end of them, of course. And then the second part of the platform very much was about doing what with the economy. The second part of the fascist platform was mainly about doing what to parts of the economy. Do we remember? Privatization, right. Privatization. So much for the socialism, right? Okay. Was largely about privatizing parts of the economy, giving more power to the corporations, okay? Giving them representation in the government, more privatized schooling. Privatization, privatization, privatization. Okay. So, amongst also talking about education for the sake of making people more nationalistic, a bunch of other things. Okay. So, all right. And um, it talked a lot about also, what is it called? The importance of the nation as an organic entity. Okay. 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 So we got that far yesterday, and then we started watching a video. So Mussolini ends up doing something called the March on Rome. Do we remember that? When it becomes clear they're very popular, he ends up marching on Rome. The police kind of clear the way for him. He ends up being appointed as prime minister. But guys, after he's appointed prime minister, there are kind of barriers to him enacting his will because there's still a parliamentary body. So he started doing things. He had to gain total control over the nation. Okay, So there was a massive wave of violence unleashed against socialists and things like that. Many hundreds, if not thousands, were killed. Um, and one of the biggest things he did after he became the prime minister of Italy is he passed this series of laws right here. And this series of laws is very important. Okay. It was called, where did I just put it? Okay. The Lega Difensiva dello Stato. Okay. The legislation or laws in defense of the state. Okay. And it was a series of laws he passed. By the way, he also had passed another law that made it so that there was no longer proportional representation in Italy, and it was he turned Italy into a winner-take-all system, which allowed the fascists to gain a majority of the seats. Okay, so he actually first passed a law to change the voting so that it would be a winner-take-all system, which then allowed him to have a majority of seats in the parliament. Regardless, he then passed a series of these laws that kind of solidified his control over the state and turned it and destroyed the democracy. Okay, so let me read to you some of these laws that he ends up passing after he gets to power. Okay, and let's see if any of these sound familiar to you guys. Let's see if any of this sounds familiar. Okay, Law 24 from 1925. All right, the this law gives the government power um, in cases not covered by current legislation to dismiss functionaries, employees, civilian, and military personnel of any grade or rank employed in any branch of the state who, because of their behavior inside or outside of work, are unable to fully guarantee the faithful fulfillment of their duties or who display incompatibility with the general political directives of the government. Does that sound familiar? What did the Supreme Court just do in our country? They just enabled Donald Trump to fire anyone in the government, basically, he wants, for the most part, most people, without looking to Congress. Yeah. So that's literally what just happened here. And what this does, guys, is it allows you, and this is why I said it was apocalyptic, folks, that the Supreme Court allowed this. Yeah, and he had already been doing that with federal agencies. Is that this is what solidifies totalitarian control. If you can replace every government agent or head of any government agency to be loyalist to you, there's no longer going to be any pushback to what you want to do, right? And then if there is, you just fire that person and put someone else there. So that was the first part of the laws he passed, very similar to what Trump did. He did, Sir Bart. The Supreme Court just did it for him, but he had already been firing the heads of agencies. This, by the way, guys, is what Project 2025 says he should do. Project 2025 is all about firing anyone who disagrees with you and replacing them, okay? All right. Next one. All newspapers without a manager authorized by the prefect, who in turn was appointed by the head of government, were illegal. Okay. So he literally banned any newspaper outright that was not under the jurisdiction of the state. Now, we haven't seen that happen directly in the United States, right? So he basically said there's only the only newspapers that are legal are ones that are um, overseen by prefects of the state or by censors, state censors. Any other newspaper is illegal. We haven't seen something that harsh in the United States. We have seen it done, as we talked about today, unofficially through like basically intimidating reporters and having loyalists in charge of news agencies. But so this one is slightly different, but he did that too. So no more newspapers that aren't directly loyal. Okay, yeah, Le Quabois, and then trying to defund things that are not viewed as loyal enough to the state, like PBS or the BBC, for example. Okay, all right. Guys, I'm telling you, there's a reason why I say Trump is fascist. Revocation in cases of political unworthiness of Italian citizenship granted to foreigners following their choice. It provided for the revocation of citizenship at any one of any from anyone at any time who proved to be unworthy for political reasons. Come on, guys. Come on. That's literally what is being called for in the UK right now. That's what Restore wants. That's what Robert Lowe wants. He says we need to revoke people who we disagree with, revoke their citizenship. It's happening in the United States. What do we think it is, guys, when they go after the citizenship of people who are pro Gaza? Remember the one guy, what's his name? The American, I don't know if he's American. He's here legally. Garcia, not Garcia. What is his name? Who had the Trump administration has been seeking to revoke his ability to be here. Trump said that he was going to revoke the citizenship of people that he felt were, homegrowns. He called them. Like, this is directly fascist. I don't know what to call you. All right, because this has to do, guys. This has to do with the ultranationalism. Thank you, Sylvie. Khalil. Okay. Khalil. Here we go. Here's another one. It also an add-on to this law, by the way. An add-on to this law was um that allowed you to strip people of their citizenship as a result of a criminal proceeding. But not as a criminal proceeding, but as an administrative sanction for unworthiness. So basically, literally, they said, well, you don't even need to go through a court hearing. You can be administratively stripped of your citizenship if a government official determines you to be unworthy. Okay. All right. We got that. We're going to talk about that, Weird Amorphous Blob. We're going to talk about that. So don't you fucking steal my thunder, Weird Amorphous Blob. Okay. Anyway, I'm just joking. I love you. Okay. Um, okay. Here is one of the big ones. Here's one of the really big ones. Okay. Here's one of the really big ones. All right. This is number 2008. It's okay. No, I'm joking with you. I hope you know. I don't care. Okay. Law number 2008. This was one of the biggest and most important ones. Okay. All right. This law introduced custodial sentences and permanent exclusion from public office those who undertook political and intellectual activities in opposition to the regime. Whoever reestablishes, even in a different form or under a different name, associations, organizations, or parties that have been dissolved by order of public authority shall receive a custodial sentence of between 3 and 10 years and be permanently banned from holding public office. Okay? Whoever belongs to such associations, organizations, or parties, by the very fact of belonging, shall receive a custodial sentence of between 2 and 5 years and be permanently banned from holding public office. Subject to the same punishment are those who are who in any way undertake propaganda relating to the tenets, programs, and methods of action of these associations, organizations, and parties. Okay. So this is literally and by the way, if you do anything that anyone who while they're outside of Italy spreads rumor, fake or exaggerated or biased information about the internal conditions of the state that could damage national interests or prestige, a sentence, you will have your citizenship revoked, your property seized, and you'll be charged in absentia. And the organization that we were responsible for doing this will be a separate court called a special tribunal for the defense of the state, where you cannot appeal the rulings, and the judges will be members of the military and the police. So listen, remember the law that Trump passed, the anti-Antifa law? What was the name of that? Does anyone remember? I'm having a mind blank. He passed a law basically saying anyone engaging in Antifa behavior, which could really be anything, were terrorists. Okay. Which, by the way, yes, NSPM 7. Thank you. By the way, which allows for a lot of weird legal procedures that aren't exactly good. Okay. So this is very similar to that. This is banning anyone from, for example, this mainly targeted socialist. If you belong to any socialist organization or espouse any socialist ideas, you could be tried by this tribunal of military members and police, and sentenced. Okay. Um, yes, death idea. You're right. An executive order. It was an executive order. Okay. So absolutely. So this isn't exactly the same, but you can see similarity there, right? Go after anyone. And this is where I say Trump hasn't fully been able to pass laws that fully do this. It was not an executive order. Okay, I can't remember. Was it a law, executive order, whatever it was. It was very similar to this. Okay, not entirely, but similar. We got that. Okay. It also made it said that everyone, every professor, non-tenured or tenured, and teachers had to take a swear allegiance to the state. Okay. So every teacher and professor had to say, I swear I shall be faithful to the king, to his royal successors, and to the fascist regime, that I shall observe loyalty to the statute of the National Fascist Party and all other laws of the state, and fulfill my teaching and academic duties with the aim of preparing industrious and righteous citizens devoted to the homeland and the fascist regime. I swear that I do not belong, nor will I belong to any association or party whose activities are incompatible with the duties of my office. I mean, come on, that's now we haven't seen that happen, but we've seen similar stuff. They're trying to implement, yeah, implement a exactly, Louise, implement a sort of what's the term? A patriotic education, right? That's the word they use. They've also literally Trump has been targeting universities. Even in the UK, they targeted some universities for allowing pro-Palestinian speech. Okay, so even though it might not be exactly the same thing, do we see how it looks very similar? We got that? Okay. Okay. Uh, here's another one. This is where we're gonna get yes, you're right. That is actually a good point, Louise. There are some places where they're demanding the 10 commandments be in classrooms, right? Like this is not much different. And this is what I say, guys, fascism always doesn't look exactly the same because the legal that's okay. Hello, Gwen. I've missed you, Gwen. I'm glad you're here. Hello, Gwen. You're gonna love this. This is horrifying. Okay. Here, let me the southern states, Gwen, right. Um, This one you guys are going to find interesting. There's a reason why I have the word woman put across my presentation for today, women. Um, oh, absolutely weird amorphous blob. Okay. Provision on the recruitment of women in the state. The sole article sanctioned the possibility for the public administrator to exclude women from participation in recruitment. Uh, so this law banned women from being in the public service. Okay. Literally banned women from serving in the government. Yep. It basically said, women will not be allowed to serve in the state. I don't want to read the whole thing because that's generally what it means. Okay. Um, and this, guys, goes along with what you're going to see a trend in fascist states of hypermasculinity and misogyny. Okay. So, yeah, you say women can no longer serve in the state. Now, admittedly, guys, to be honest, there were very few women serving in the state before this, which, misogyny, sexism and stuff, but like you're putting it into law, okay? Pretty fucked up. Okay. Uh, depend on him not entitled to weekly rest day. Okay, okay, okay. All right. So that's that. And then, by the way, it actually went further than that. I forgot to mention this. The last law here, it prohibited public and private employers from employing more than 10% women. So it even said private employers can't, they have to have only 10% of their workforces could be women. The rest had to be men. And they put it into law. All right. Okay. So those were some of the things that got passed. And this essentially gave Mussolini almost complete control over the government. Okay. And also started this massive exclusion of women. Isn't that interesting? Hello, Master Man. Yo, it's my first time here. Welcome, Master Man. So glad you're here. Isn't that fucked up? Who here? Listen, it is one of the things that people never hear about fascism, which I think is interesting. Who here, guys, knew that? Who here knew that fascists passed laws that excluded women from work? Did anyone here? Has anyone here learned that before? At least I know most people I know don't know that. I know elevator lady, right? But literally, the elevator lady, I think one of the reasons they opposed women in the workplace and stuff like that is because women would have resisted this shit more. So, and you did weird amorphous blob? Excellent. Okay. So, like, it's one of those things that doesn't get talked about much, but it's not an exaggeration. You also, this is why you get, I'm afraid, guys, there's the manosphere and shit like that. The manosphere and crap like that. Okay. Like, you see how there's, exactly. And you're going to see, guys, that they also, Mussolini also passed laws that basically said gave tax breaks to men who were married and imposed heavy taxes on men who weren't married because they wanted people to get married and have babies for the state. So there was also some pressure put on men, but like it's so much worse it was much worse for women. Okay. And we should also know that, Mussolini himself was a sexual predator who raped multiple women, and et cetera. Thank you so much, Gwen. Okay. So that was passed, guys, in the 1920s, in the mid to late 1920s. And those series of laws basically consolidated Mussolini's control over the state. And there were some other things too. He also formed the OVRA, which was basically was a secret police force that was literally I forget what did the title mean? It basically meant the OVRA, Italy. It meant the anti-fascism police. That's literally the anti-fascism police. Okay, OVRA, OVRA, Italy. Yes. So it literally was the Organization for Vigilance and Repression of Anti-Fascism. Antifa, anti-Antifa. They formed a secret police force called the Organization for Vigilance and Repression of Anti-Fascism, which is like what Trump is doing. And these were an anti-fascism police. Correct. It's just the fascism police. Right? It sounds like the Democrat Party. So this was a secret police force. They didn't really we don't have that much documentary evidence because they never formed a distinct part of the government in order to keep them secret, but they are the ones who would hunt people down and bring them to those trials run by the military and stuff. And especially if you were a socialist, by the way, unfortunately, one of my favorite communists, a guy by the name of what's his name? Oh my God, why can't I remember now? Gramsci, okay, was found guilty and put in prison and died in prison. So he was killed. And I do say killed. He died in a fascist prison cell after being hunted down by these secret police. Okay. So they went after anyone who was resisting the state and they imprisoned them. Okay. By the way, one of the most interesting things here is that the sort of main building and holding cells for the OVARA was in Libya. Totally weird amorphous blob was in Libya, which was a colonial holding. And that was probably on purpose because it's a very much kind of a boomerang effect, where, like, they used a colonial apparatus within Italy. Um, and you're gonna see, guys, that they were much worse to people who were Black or African or in their colonial possessions, and I'm gonna talk about that. You see what I mean? Okay. All right. So, not the last thing I'm gonna talk about, but these are the things that he started doing, okay? Censorship. So when it came to controlling the press and things like that, he, set up, basically a department, the Department of Public Information or Popular Information. Yeah, exactly, Lacroix, you know it, you know it. You need your special prisons to be outside the actual state so you can do crimes to the prisoners. Correct, Lacroix, okay? So, da, 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 da. Here we have, so what were the goals of, you know it, Jonas. Okay, you know it. What were the goals of censorship in fascist Italy? One was to control the appearance of the regime. So every newspaper was assigned a government minder who would do censorship and monitor it and stuff. And they sought to control the appearance of the regime to make it look good. They literally monitored public opinion. They would spy on people just to get a general sense about how much loyalty there was out there so that they could crack down if they needed to. So the censors would also give information to the central regime about what newspapers were writing about, what information was being collected by journalists, how the populace felt. Okay. And one of the most dystopian things here, guys, is that they actually created a a national and local archives on every single citizen. They created files on every single citizen talking about who they associate with, what are their political beliefs, who have they prior been associated with, are they loyal to the regime, what do they do on a daily basis. Okay, have they spoken to any journalists? There would be photos included in a lot of these, and they would do this for almost every single Italian citizen. They had files on everyone, and yes, absolutely, Philly cheese, Palantir, right? If you think that this was, I mean, admittedly, at the time, this was pretty impressive in terms of being able to actually have files on millions of people. There's Palantir now, guys. There's Palantir now. And there are thoughts out there that Trump may be creating a giant data archive underneath the ballroom to collect information on everyone. So they literally monitored everyone and had files on everyone. Okay. So you got that? Yeah, literally Palantir without AI. By the way, so there also were book burnings. There were these public displays. I know, Philly cheese, right? There were these public displays of book burning where they would burn books that were viewed as sort of repressive to the state or bad for the state. Now, I will say, I know I'm making all this sound really bad, guys. This regime was very incompetent. It was. So I'm going to tell you how this stuff didn't actually work that well in what they wanted to achieve. But for now, they did try book burnings. Okay, I say try because it didn't go great. Um, and the other thing, guys, is do you know what the press focused on instead? So since the main newspapers were being censored, you know what they did instead? They literally focused on, like, how do I frame this? True crime stuff. So the press focused on terrifying the populace with stories of murders, serial killers, terrorists, pedophiles, etc. So the press focused on, like, figuring out who murdered this person, and oh, let's look at this serial killer, and oh my God, there's terrorists everywhere, and oh my God, this local gay man was a pedophile. Okay, like they focused on these kind of superficial stories that made people afraid, but that didn't really have any relevance overall to any individual person's life. Now, does that sound familiar, folks? The American media has been doing that for years. Years, 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 years. It has hyper focused on these kind of, like, not that relevant stories of serial killers and murder and like, claiming that, oh, there's terrorists everywhere, and okay, which are kind of um sexy stories and that they attract a lot of attention, but they don't really help much. Okay, that doesn't really tell you much, and it makes people afraid. It makes them more dependent on the state. Okay, so that's what they mainly focused on. They also talked about a lot about what are the great things that Italy is doing. Okay, so focus on stories that are not that relevant, that are kind of salacious and make people afraid, and then focus on positive things only. Okay, you see what I mean? Uh, in the end, guys, though, you'll see that the Italian fascist regime, to sort of wrap up the internal affairs of fascist Italy, this regime did not function very well. Okay. The Nazi regime ends up functioning much better. And I mean that not as a compliment. It was much more effective at its crackdowns and stuff like that, partially because it was more severe. Internally, though, the fascist regime struggled. It really did. For example, local journalists would get around the censors, okay? Yes, Nazis are next week, elevator lady, and we will go very much in depth to the Nazis. I know more about Nazis than I do about Italian fascists. But it's still, we have to understand the Italian fascists to understand the Nazis and then other movements, okay? Um, so local journalists got around these censorship laws by by distributing newspapers in their local communities that were not looked at by the regime. And oftentimes, local communities in Italy are really tight knit and they wouldn't tell on that journalist. So, local journalists got around the censors a lot of the time. Okay. The book burnings. It's really funny. If you ever watch videos of these book burnings, you can tell that the people doing the book burnings aren't really into it. Like, even though there were fascist black shirts, a lot of them, even the black shirts, were kind of like, this is weird. Why are we burning these books? It's kind of strange. Because there was sort of a cultural trend in Italy of loving literature and loving art and things like that. So there was kind of a lot of like pushback to the book burning, and it was kind of limp wristed shit when they did do it, which is just a sign of how things weren't going great. When it came to the censorship, they were still allowed, um, they were still their books were still like, there were still socialist stuff, books still allowed, but you would have to get permission on an academic basis to read them. Well, the people in charge of the libraries would often hand these out to whoever asked. So even though they tried to like censor books, anyone could still really get this permission from a local library to go read one. So they failed to censor the books. Like, people were still reading socialist books, still reading books that were anti-Mussolini, because the populace in general wasn't really into that part of it. The populace liked the um kind of the what's the term? The aesthetics of Mussolini. They liked the feeling of nationalism and glory he gave them, but they weren't a big fan of the crackdowns he did. Okay. Also, the Mussolini the fascist government did not actually harm that many people internally compared to like Nazi Germany. Um, it is, Jonas. It's absolutely very stupid. Okay. Like, yes, they cracked down on a lot of people. I'm not saying they didn't crack down on a lot of people, but they didn't go after, so there were tons of communists and socialists still in Italy that were kind of staying underground that the fascist regime never really got after. Um, yeah, there you go, Weirdomorphous Blob. Even in prison, Gramsci himself, I forgot about that, had important access to important Marxist works. That's how he managed to write his prison notebooks. Yeah. So, like, these laws, this is kind of a trend in Italian history. The Italian people are often very resistant of the state, and it's really hard to control them. Okay. So, and that's what happened here. It didn't work that well. And you're going to see that later on. This has this is going to be very weakening for the regime. Now, let's look really quickly, not really quickly, but about what happens outside of Italy because of Italy. Because although Italy, they did crack down internally a little bit, they still had some issues there. I honestly think, guys, as I recall, that it ended up only being about like 60 or so people that were put on trial in that special trial court thing, okay? And very few people were executed for it, as I recall. Now, there were unofficial executions, but regardless. So now that we've talked about fascist Italy internally, let's quickly talk about where the real horror is with this regime that doesn't get talked about much, okay? And that is the irredentism and the colonialism. So another big aspect of fascism is uh, empire, the creation of empire, colonialism, imperialism. Mussolini, since World War One, had wanted to regain control of Italian majority territories in Europe. This goes back to World War One. So he wanted control of a bunch of territories that were owned by Croatia and Austria. He wanted to bring them back into Italy as Italian majority speaking regions. And that's called irredentism. So he wanted to do that. He also wanted to recreate the Roman Empire, which is batshit crazy in the modern day, folks. But that's fascism. It's all about this like, we're epic. We're like, we are derived from the Romans, like this super hyper idealistic nonsense. Okay. And he wanted to recreate the Roman Empire, and by doing so, he wanted to catch up with other European powers in terms of colonialism. To do this, he started um, in Ethiopia. Okay, and anyone who knows about Italy's military during this period knows it's a fucking clown show. It was evil, but it was a fucking clown show. It was deeply incompetent. It didn't do so great. It was embarrassingly bad in a lot of ways. Um, okay, and it didn't go so well. The Nazis ended up having to save Italy several times from disaster because they were not very good at their military was not great. Because it was a rationalist and they were not prepared for war. Italy was not prepared for war, but Mussolini had this sense of Italian superiority, racial superiority over African peoples, especially. Um, and so he's like, well, let's just go to war and we'll win by virtue of our superiority. That's fucking stupid, kind of like Hitler was, because it's not based off rationality. So the Great Depression affected Italy really badly. And the government actually had to bail out a bunch of banks and stuff in Italy. And a bunch of corporations, and they did. The fascist government bailed out a bunch of banks and corporations in Italy during the Great Depression, but then kept them owned privately. So they didn't nationalize them. Regardless, it was during this period that Mussolini decided they needed to attack Ethiopia as a distraction. Literally. We should attack Ethiopia and seize it as a glorious Italian territory, in order to bring ourselves to the glory level of the other European states, and that will help distract from the suffering of people internally who are suffering because of the Great Depression. Classic fascism. So they invaded Ethiopia. Okay, and this guy's is never talked about enough by historians. It is an ongoing frustration of mine how little the crimes of Italy are spoken about in regards to Africa, and we all know why, right? We all know why that they never talk about this shit. Come on, we know. Always talk about the Holocaust, always talk about the Holocaust, always talk about the oppression of internal dissent. No one ever talks about the genocidal violence that Italy did in Africa. Okay, so Italy invades Ethiopia in an effort to seize it as a colonial territory. It was one of the few areas of Egypt that had, oh yes, weird amorphous blob. It was one of the few areas of Africa that had yet to be colonized or successfully conquered. Italy had previously tried to conquer it in the late 19th century and failed miserably in an embarrassing fashion. So at this time, they invaded with the modern military and they were successful, but not as successful as they should have been. It took like 8 months or so to conquer it. And it was, of course they don't, Jonas. It's insane. And they carried out, which it should have taken, Oh my god, it's so true. It's so true, Outer Signal. Outer Signal says there's an old joke about Italian tanks in this period. How many gears does an Italian tank have? One answer, one forward and four in reverse. That is absolutely true, okay? And I want to point out, guys, the Italian people fought tremendously hard, okay? Bravely and hard. It was really badass. Haile Selassie, the emperor of Ethiopia, rallied his people in an effort to fight back against the Italian invaders. And he was very successful given the um, mechanized forces of the Italian army. They really struggled for how much of an advantage they should have had, but ultimately they couldn't prevent the overrunning of Ethiopia. What people don't talk about is the bloodbath that followed. Um, After seizing Addis Ababa, the Italian military launched a campaign of ethnic cleansing and destruction. They actually dropped mustard gas. The Italian Air Force dropped canisters of mustard gas on on Ethiopian civilians. Um, the name of this, what was the name of that battle here? It was we're going to talk about the Libyan genocide too. Addis Ababa, Italy. Oh, what is this called? Oh, here we go. Okay. I always forget the name. I think it is called the Battle of Addis Ababa. That's what always confuses me. So after the Second Italian Advance, fall of Addis Ababa. Okay. And they ended up actually, um, they started cleansing Addis Ababa. That's what they called it, suppressing dissent and things like that. And the Addis Ababa massacre. That's right, Yekatit 12. Okay, Yekatit 12. So they known as Addis Ababa massacre. Most people don't even know about this, folks. They massacred and imprisoned Ethiopians, and it's thought that, in my opinion, it was likely around. Let's put it this way: it is thought that they executed or imprisoned 20% of all the inhabitants of Addis Ababa. Okay, that is mass murder on an unbelievable scale. Mass murder and imprisonment on an unbelievable scale. 20% of the whole population of Addis Ababa murdered or imprisoned, and you never hear about it, okay? It is thought that around 20,000 people were executed outright. Now that I suspect it's higher than that because the Italians destroyed all their records of this, or most of their records of this, okay? Over the following week, numerous Ethiopians suspected of opposing Italian rule were rounded up and executed, including members of the Black Lions, which were a really badass resistance group. Okay. Um, and Haile Selassie had sent abroad about 125 Ethiopian men to receive college education in Italy. They were almost all executed by the Italians. Okay. A lot of it, yes. A lot of times, yes, Philly. Yes. Okay. Yeah, Lacroix. They succeeded, Lacroix, to capture Ethiopia. The first time they didn't. The second time they did, but they massacred. And no one talks about this shit, folks. They also they even, by the way, okay, by the way, the Ethiopians resisted. They actually tried to assassinate Graziani, who was the guy in charge of Italian forces, and they failed, but they resisted constantly, okay? And I will say, I think the numbers of killed were actually more like 60,000. A lot of historians would say that's an overestimate. I don't think it is. Other historians say it's probably around 20,000, but they destroyed the records. And I think they massacred people, okay? And this was explicitly racialized, folks. Explicitly racialized. We're going to see that even though so far we haven't seen the racialization aspect of Italian fascism, it was there, but it was mainly enforced by Nazi Germany later, but it was always there in the colonial empire, but it never gets talked about. This was a racial massacre from one group of people that viewed themselves as racially superior against Ethiopians. Okay. So evil fucking Mussolini didn't even care. I know, right? Lacroix, and this is the thing, Lacroix, like no one learns about this shit. Lacroix says, wait, I didn't even know there was a second time. So frustrating. It was just a sentence in a history textbook. I guess it didn't deserve. Yeah, they never talk about this shit. Okay. Okay. Oh, I know Weird Amorphous Blob. They were, yeah, the Black Lions did violence against the Italians, and I support that. All right. So, um, absolutely horrific. So that's a note there. So if anyone's curious, I'm gonna write it in the chat if you want to look up to read more about it because it's something that bothers me, and I'm trying to spread the word of it. Okay. So look up that Yekatit 12, which is a date of the massacre. Okay. Now, um, another point here. So that wasn't the only thing they did. They also gained control over Libya. Okay. Now, Italy already had a great deal of control over Libya. So, Italian Libya, they had it since 1911. They had it since 1911. As part of Mussolini's campaign to reform the Roman Empire, he sought to do in Israel. Okay, let's put it that way. I could say do a Lebensraum, but let's use Israel as the example here. He wanted to ethnically cleanse Libya, especially Cyrenaica. Forgive me, my pronunciation is terrible. This region right here. Okay, so that it could be populated with Italians, just like the Nazis did, and they engaged in a massive campaign of genocide, literally genocide, against the Libyan people. They mass executed Arabs, they mass executed Black Libyans, and they threw them into concentration camps, many of whom died of starvation or execution after being put into concentration camps. After they were depopulated from this area by force, something like 20,000 Italian immigrants were settled there, like what Israel does. Okay, Le Quabois, he wanted to restore the Roman Empire, right? Yes, Le Quabois. Okay. So, and this, by the way, is something else that's never talked about, and that's the Libyan genocide, which is what this was. This was the Libyan genocide. Um, it was the systematic destruction of Libyan culture and between 1929 and 1934. And to be clear, guys, low estimates say 20,000. Most historians would agree that it was 100,000 to 200,000 people murdered or put into concentration camps. 100,000 to 200,000 people killed or displaced or put into concentration camps. We don't know. You know why we don't know? Because the Italian regime destroyed all the documents. We have very few documents on this, so we have to go off their documents, which are unreliable. If you look at local oral histories, it was almost certainly about 200,000 people. Okay. Um, Also, by the way, used mustard gas on the country, dropped canisters of mustard gas, literally gassed large parts of the country. And no one fucking cares. And it drives me fucking insane. Are these not humans? Okay, like, and here's the thing, guys. Um, by the way, they did things like forced marches where they would march people through the desert and let them die off of exhaustion and starvation, and no one gives a shit. They went after the Bedouin tribes, okay, and like no one gave a shit. No, and like no one today gives a shit. And I'll tell you what's interesting is, as I said before, guys, if you look at like inside of Italy, honestly, the fascist regime inside of Italy was bad, but the amount of violence it did there was very small. And I heard a teacher once say, yeah, Mussolini wasn't that bad. Like, yeah, he was a fascist, but if you compare him to Nazi Germany, he didn't do that much that was bad. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? Yeah, maybe not. He didn't have the ability to do like millions of deaths, but he would have if he could have. And yeah, maybe internally, are we going to ignore the hundreds of thousands of dead Arabs and dead Libyans and Ethiopians that he slaughtered outright? It is thought, guys, if you estimate the number of deaths he did in Africa, it's somewhere overall between 500,000 and 1,000,000 people were killed by Mussolini. Okay. And this is all for the sake of this glorious fascist empire. Okay. We need to slaughter these subhuman natives and put Italians there. Okay. You got what I mean? Of course they don't, weird amorphous blob. The West doesn't care about dead Africans. And guys, we're barely okay. So to be clear, just to be clear, and no one gets taught it. Well, now you guys know. On a side note, something else you may not have known. Some of these concentration camps that were set up in Libya, which we don't have documents for because they were all destroyed, were visited by people like Heinrich Himmler and Hermann Goering before the construction of death camps in Germany. So, one theory here is that the Nazis, their conception of a concentration camp was partially inspired by Italian camps made for Arab and Libyan peoples. Okay. We never talk about that shit, though, do we? They literally partially stole the model from the Italians that was being used in Africa. And this is what's interesting, guys, too, is that this really proves, doesn't this prove the boomerang theory that, your colonial genocide is going to come back and haunt you in your own within your own borders? Okay. So never forget, I'm going to write that down in the chat too, because I want people to remember this and look it up too. The Libyan genocide. Libyan genocide. Okay. So look up the Libyan genocide. At some point, maybe in the future, I can do an in-depth stream thing on it. But given that this topic is fascism generally, I'm not going to go into too much depth apart from talking about the fascist aspect of this, which is colonization, enslavement, and the creation of this like idealistic empire that is not going to succeed. Because guys, this is what's part of one of the insane things about fascism. It's so fucking irrationalist. The Italian economy was not ready for this. They had a hell of a time controlling Libya and Ethiopia. All this death for nothing, for like distracting your population from your internal failings. All this death, genocide, like it's complete, it's insanity on so many levels. Okay. Anyway, okay. So I'm going to stand up here for a second. So never forget the Libyan genocide and the colonial aspect of Italian fascism and the irredentist aspect of Italian fascism. Another point here that I forgot to mention is later Italy would invade Albania and Greece and also seize those for Italy, and they were they were basically defeated. The only reason they won is because the Greeks ran out of supplies because the Italian army is deeply incompetent. Okay. It's hilariously so. Regardless, so they also ended up attacking Albania and Greece in an effort to restore the Italian Empire. That'll be the last time I talk much about the Italian Empire because during World War II, Nazi Germany was the major player when it came to the creation of empire. And Italy ended up becoming kind of a vassal of Nazi Germany. So we will talk about that later. All right. Okay. Last thing we're going to talk about today. I wanted to show you some fascist Italian art and architecture. Remember, one of the ways to understand fascism is to capture the spirit of it, to capture the emotional Yalaquabla, especially after Mussolini lost power. Even before that, Mussolini, what I didn't talk about, guys, is that Mussolini ended up passing anti-Jewish laws, anti-black laws and things like that inside of Italy, but that's because Hitler demanded it. So a lot of the things he did later, he was forced to by Hitler putting pressure on him. That's not to say he minded it. Like he wouldn't have done it himself, but a lot of what Italy did was because of Nazi Germany later, who basically puppeted Italy. And then they actually ended up occupying Italy by force after Mussolini died. But anyway, after Mussolini lost power. So we'll get to that. So let's look at some of this art just to capture the idea here, okay? To capture the emotional component of the fascism. Here we have this is in Ethiopia. They constructed a giant face of Mussolini in Ethiopia. Okay, because, why the fuck not, I guess. So you have here just this image of like this bold male character, Mussolini, strong, okay, masculine, looking forward, looking to the future, okay, conquering the natives, okay, very much kind of a you see what I mean? Yeah, very ugly, right? This is futurist art. And what word? And I know we're doing kind of some art history kind of stuff here. I think it's super interesting and important. All right, it's reflective because remember the ideology. It is not weird amorphous blob. It was destroyed in the midst of World War II. They removed that statue. Um, one of the remember when we were reading Gentile, a lot of them, a lot of what have Gentile said is that the purpose of the state is to do art and things like that to raise up the Italian spirit. You know what I mean? So art is very important in fascism. What words would you use to describe the emotion or attitude that this image evokes? Okay. And I mean, obviously, we don't like this image. We don't like Mussolini, but if you were to look at it from a non biased, omnipotent, very good, heroic, omnipotent, what else? What else? Remember how I told you guys the idea of action for action's sake, okay? Strength, masculine, right? Also, there's a lot of movement, right? It's movement. You see a plane flying by, okay? Everything it looks distorted. There's movement, like off to the future. We're actually doing stuff. There's action, okay? Overwhelming, right? Um, it's kind of like a fucking circus, right? It's a bunch of movement and action and masculinity, kind of untamed energy, right? Okay. Here's another one. Dominant, right? Okay. Here's another one here. By the way, I got to tell you a lot of like this is pretty good art. I'm not saying I like it, but it's pretty good art. You see what I mean? At least it's not as boring as Nazi art. There's some creativity to it. Now the message it's sending is bad, but here we have an image of a black shirt. Okay, a black shirt. And this one I've always thought was interesting. It doesn't really show his whole body, but you notice he has a blade in his belt. It looks like he's doing a Roman salute. And I'm not sure how to frame it. That's fair. That's fair, Lacroix. That is fair. Okay. Um, it's very simplistic, but it kind of focuses not on him as an individual, right, Gwen? It focuses on him not as an individual, but as a member of the brown shirt or as a member of the black shirts, right? All that matters is that he's a black shirt and that he uses violence. Do you see what I mean? It's the focus is weird. It's like all that matters is that he's a black shirt and that he's violent. Okay. You don't even get to see his face. And then there's this image of Italy on his shirt. Okay. So putting violence on a pedestal. Here we have another image that I think is really fucking weird. Another Italian fascist art piece. You can see here, there's it's once again a lot of movement, a lot of like action and things like that happening. And then weirdly enough, there's an angel with a military helmet on. Okay. Yeah, it's like a flying Roman warrior, but they have like a modern military helmet on. There's all these men and women, and it kind of blends between ancient Rome and modern day. It's trying to harken back to some glorious past, right? Palingenetic ultranationalism. Okay, harkening back to some kind of past. Elevator lady, that building is leaning. Yes, yep. And you'll notice that a lot of the art, elevator lady has not straight architecture, and that gives the illusion of movement and motion. It's kinda like when you're driving by something, it is yeah. It's like when you're driving by something in a car and everything seems to move by and is kind of distorted. That's kind of the simulation it's doing to show movement and like going off into the future. It is, Jonas, that random naked person. It's kind of a woman, a random naked woman. There's a random naked man, the human form. Okay. You have here brutalism. There you go. Here you have some sculpture, fascist sculpture, and a fascist building in the background. These are just naked men. These are just fucking naked men. I don't know what to tell you. They're naked men, naked muscular men, at outside of a sports field, showing off the male form. It's very, very sexual. Okay, very homoerotic. Okay, I'll zoom in here, elevator lady, so you can see it better here. This is we've seen. Oh my god, I went in too far. I need to go back. Forgive me. I used the wrong zoom. Um, a lot of homoeroticism and fascism. Okay, look at this one over here, right? Like standing there with his junk out. Okay. And very much, they were very much about the masculine form. And to be clear, I say homoerotic, that does not mean homosexual. This was not because they were gay. It was because they found a kind of sensuality and superiority in the male form. To be clear, this image is for men. This is built for men so that men will look at it and it's to give them body dysmorphia, okay? You need to be muscular and strong for the state, okay? It's the elevation of hypermasculinity. Lacroix, how are their wieners? Serious question because the Roman and Greeks thought big dicks were gross. So that is a good question, Lacroix. On average, the penis, I'm not even, this sounds really weird. There were actually been studies on the size of penises in fascist art. They are larger than Roman or Greek penises on average, but they were larger. They were still, they're larger than Roman or Greek penises. They're not massive, but they're larger than Roman and Greek penises. And there's a reason for that, okay? Because these were not real Romans or Greeks. There was an idea of like, you got big junk, you got bigger balls and things like that, you're more masculine. So they didn't make it as small as they used to be, but they were still relatively, they're average, let's put it that way, okay? So they increased the size a bit. All right. Yeah, okay. That's a really good question, LaQual. You're thinking like a historian, okay? That's a very interesting historical question. No, they're not doing the YMCA. Hilarious. Okay, yeah, homoerotic like the UFC. Right, right. Okay. So, hypermasculinity. Remember, they removed women from all positions, okay? This is a very when I used to teach undergraduates about fascism, this image scares me. Yeah, Sir Barton. I think I've shown it to you guys before. There's something really unsettling about this image. This is a fascist piece of art, okay? And I don't know what words to describe it. So it's supposed to show the idea that individuals are what make up the state. Okay? Like every individual is creates the state or the state creates the individuals. But it dehumanizes and mechanizes humans in such a way that I think the image is really disturbing. Okay, so you see here that there's a man, a male figure who has his arm, I guess you could call it, that's very mechanical, wrapped around a woman. It's like the Italian nuclear family. Even the baby has some buildings coming out of it. The idea that like the average Italian helps build the culture, the society, and the nation by having a baby. You further build up that society. Okay, but it does this to this day, I can't remember who made this. I think that this might be partially subversive. Like, I feel like there might have been slight subversive here. It's very mechanizing and dehumanizing, right? Um, yeah, yeah, it's a very good it is a good piece of propaganda, I guess, but it's creepy. But to me, this is the epitome of fascism. Like, you do not matter as an individual. You don't have a face. These people don't literally have a face. Your only value is only in so much as you benefit the state. Okay? The state is more important than anything. You're all just pieces of it, and I'm okay with getting rid of most of you if the state exists, okay? The nation exists. Kind of reminds me of Basinski. Yeah, it does, Sir Bart. Okay. So that's a creepier one that I've never liked. Here you have Another piece of fascist, I guess, photography slash propaganda. You can see here in 1934, here's Mussolini. You'll notice his body is made up of individuals. See that? His body is a conglomeration of a bunch of people, a group of people. All right. And this is classic. This is literally fascist ideology. Okay. The leader embodies the nation, embodies the people. All right. Yeah. And remember what Gentile said. Remember what Gentile said, right? Having a dictator who embodies the nation is more democratic than a parliament. Okay. So this is trying to make it out that Mussolini is like the democratic representative of the will of the people, which is kind of fucked up, right? So you can see it in the art. Last one I have here to show you is this one. I just added it because I think it's really fucking funny. Um, I I just thought it was funny. I think it's a terrible piece of art. This is a piece of a fascist art. This is one of the few pieces of fascist art in Rome that you can still go see today. Mussolini's image has been taken down from a lot of places. Okay. But this is one that still exists. And this is Mussolini on a horse. Look, he looks so funny. He's standing there like, oh, he's on that horse going like this, huh, like that. It's really fucking funny. Um, and there's these shirtless men over here, and then there's women and children reaching up to him, and they have, uh, I know, right, Dolly Boy? Okay, communist art is really good, I think, but like this is a lot of times I think communist art is really good. I don't like all of it, but some of it I do. But there's Roman banners back here, so like it's very, yeah. So you see what I mean? Like it's just very stupid, and it looks like he's standing up even though he's on a horse anyway. So you can still go see this piece of art in Rome, but it's kind of a weird idealistic thing. Okay. And guys, that concludes our segment of our fascism theme on Italian fascism. Okay. So that concludes it. Yay. We've now learned about Italian fascism. Yay. Woo. Yay. Okay. So there's more we could learn, but obviously for the sake of time, we have a general idea now about sort of the contours of Italian fascism, the emotion it evokes, what it does in practice. And this is why fascism is complicated, guys. You kind of have to have a feel for it because there are a lot of components in it. There are a lot of components to fascism. Thank you, Dolly Boy. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Elevator Lady. Thank you, Dolly Boy. I approve all of you. Okay, I approve from all of you. Okay, and luckily, guys, when we get to the end of our fascist story, the fascism story, you're going to get to see Mussolini hanging upside down because he got killed. Thank God. He was later killed by his own people because people didn't like him by the end. Okay, so that's good. I'll show you a picture just to make you feel a little better. Mussolini dead. Here you go. There he is. There he is with his mistress dead. Right here. This is him hanging upside down. Dead. Yes, the partisans got him. Okay, so don't worry. You get to see him dead later. All right. He gets killed. Yeah, got killed by his own people. So at least he does end up getting his just desserts. Here's a disturbing image, but this is an image of him with his wife or his mistress dead. Okay, my favorite image of Mussolini, ditto. Okay, so fuck Mussolini, fuck fascists. Never forget the genocides and the massacres of their colonial empire that people don't talk about. Okay, anyway, look at that. He looks like a big dead baby, doesn't he? Anyway, that sounds gross. Okay, all right, whatever. It's fine. Let's go on here. Okay, that sounded dark, but you know what I mean. Okay, that sounded like I wanted dead babies. Okay, whatever. So tater tot hot dish. It's like Soviet art. Great ending. Thank you, tater tot. So we will talk about how that happens later. Next week, guys, we will talk about the Nazis. And admittedly, guys, this might take more than another week because, dear God, there's a lot of stuff I want to cover. Maybe we'll take a week off after next week and talk about something else and then come back to it because I can talk about fascist stuff forever. But Philly cheese Nazi month. Oh my God, Philly cheese, I hate you. Okay, I need to be careful with how I frame things. People are going to start clipping me. So we'll okay. Oh my God, where is love? I will tell everyone that later. I will tell everyone that later. I don't steal my thunder. Actually, where is love? Tell them in the chat. Tell them in the chat. Okay. If you think it's okay to tell them in the chat. I will tell people later. But if they want to put in the effort to read it, then they can do it themselves. Okay. Um. So. Uh. Okay, guys. All right. Now, before we go on, I do want to mention one thing. It is weird amorphous blob, correct? Okay. And you're gonna see, guys, that there's still the allies and such kind of liked Mussolini because after World War II, they cracked down on the communists inside of Italy, like really horrifically, and they kind of liked Mussolini. This is complicated. We already heard how the British and the Americans supported Mussolini at first. Okay. Anyway, we'll talk about that later. I want to point out something. Oh, it is Jonas. I believe it's still there. Isn't Mussolini's mausoleum still there? I can't remember. There's still a lot of pro Mussolini stuff in Italy today. They have not taken a lot of it down. Okay. His mausoleum is still there. There's still a lot of art in Italy that is from the fascist period. They have very few images of they do have a shrine to him. There's very few images. And think about that, guys. It is sort of a fascist mecca. And what's funny about this, guys, is that like this is like it's also dark because a lot of Italians have a slightly positive view of Mussolini still, even despite what he did in Africa, for example, and despite what he did inside their own country, and everyone's okay with it and it's fine. Okay. I don't know. It's fucking weird. Yeah. His granddaughter is in politics right now. Absolutely. There's a reason for this, guys, because capital loves the memory of Mussolini. The Allies who occupied Italy love the memory of Mussolini. Why? Because they're anti communist. He's anti communist. He's anti communist. Yep, they did outer signal. There are a lot, guys. I've gotten messages before on my videos from Italians who are pro Mussolini. There are a lot of them, and they are completely batshit crazy. Honestly, some of the worst. So if I one of these days I'll do a ranking of the worst fascist sympathizers in terms of who harass me. Honestly, the worst are probably Japanese nationalists who harass me. I know that's strange, but Italian fascists are also really bad. American fascists are really bad. But like, yeah. Anyway, but like, I don't know, Japanese nationalists, they just really come at me a lot of the time, like out of nowhere too. The fact that MSI was allowed to exist is criminal. Absolutely. Okay. So anyway, we will do I'll do a tier list on who has the worst followers in terms of harassing me on the internet. Okay. All right. So we'll talk more about this stuff later, guys. There's a lot more to talk about. To be clear, one last thing I did want to say, and I was going to mention this, and then I got off track. There, a lot of the fascist things that we have seen were happening well before Trump in this country. We've noticed that, right? Right. One of the weird things about the growth of American fascism is that it has developed over time a lot more than a lot of other fascism have. So what I mean by that is that for a longer period of time in American history, we've seen the slow enactment of fascist laws that have allowed Trump to come to power, and has sort of made it so that there's not as much he has to do once he's gotten there. We already have a ridiculous amount of like authoritarian laws in place, a surveillance state. We're engaging in imperialist wars of conquest. Trump is only one in a long line of presidents who have built us up to a very fascist moment. Do you see what I mean? Whereas in Italy, there was some kind of fascist laws already in place, but not nearly as many. And he put a lot of them in place all at once. Not in so much in America, guys. Like we could go way back to Bush, to Reagan, to before that to find the roots of fascist America in terms of legislation and things like that. Okay, you see what I mean? So Just something to think about, a kind of a different way it developed here. Yeah, America keeps yeah, exactly, Dolly boy. Every American has kicked the can down the road to help bring the fascism to this point. Yeah. And there have been multiple presidents that have contributed to this process of fascism. Okay. Oh, bye-bye, virtual violence. Hope you have a good day. Okay. Oh, you know it, weird amorphous blob. You know it. Okay. You know it. Now, you know weird amorphous blob. I know you're not saying this, but like early America, I know you're not being literal. Like fascism is sort of a modern phenomenon. So yeah, you could definitely say it was fascist since like the Industrial Revolution. I mean, there are big fascist components to it. Yeah, okay. Philly cheese. Weren't there a bunch of famous US Nazis too? Oh, absolutely, Philly cheese. As a matter of fact, yeah, Sylvie, as a matter of fact, the Ford it absolutely has been Weird and Wonderful Blob. So the Ford published the Protocols of the Elders of Zion in America and distributed it, okay, which was a czarist forgery claiming that the Jews run the world. That was published by Henry Ford in America, and um, yeah, and spread around. He was also visited Germany. He loved it. Okay, I agree, Weird Amorphous Blob. Okay, all right, guys. So we're gonna talk more about that, but just a note there. So even though there are differences, I hope you guys are starting to see the sort of fascist core, but it plays out differently different places, and we'll definitely see that in Nazi Germany. Okay, all right, you guys. So let's move on, shall we? Happy Saturday, by the way. Let me do a little self promotion here, folks. If you like the content, you become a member on YouTube for as little as $2 a month by clicking the subscribe button, or you can send a super chat. That's the best way to ensure I read your comments. Is if you do send a super chat. I know I just can't read everyone's chats out loud, nor can I read them to myself because we do get so many chats, and I have to focus on speaking and stuff. It's one of my flaws that I look at chat too often and then I lose track of what I'm saying. So I try to get better at it. But if you want to be guaranteed to have me read it, send me a super chat. If you're over on Twitch, you can become a member using, you can subscribe using Amazon Prime for free, which will send me some of Jeff Bezos's money. And then you'll no longer have to see ads, or you can subscribe regularly. You can also send bits, which would be very helpful to me. I will make sure to read your comment if you send bits. And if you join, you can also use the attack function, which is located on the right side of the screen, like right about right side of your screen if you're on desktop, and in the upper left-hand part of the chat if you're on mobile, in which case you can throw shit at me. Good things or bad things for some bits. I basically survive off your donations, essentially. Oh,
Mwah.
like that. Thank you, Dolly Boy. Thank you, Dolly Boy, for throwing that at me. Okay. So I highly appreciate if you can donate, or if you can subscribe. I have been doing this now for a year. Okay. We just completed the year-long anniversary. Technically, I've been streaming for less than a year because I started streaming like 2 months or something after I started, but I've had these channels for about a year. We're still growing. If you know anyone who you feel would be interested, tell them about it. Let them okay, tell them about it, try to see if you can get them over here, etc. By the way, yesterday I danced at the end of stream and I was saying some very inappropriate things about Israel. And then I looked back and it looked like I was doing a swastika dance. Did you guys see that shit? I really got to be careful about how I dance. It didn't look very good. Let's put it that way. I was like moving my arms in a way that made it look like a fucking swastika. And I'm like, oopsie, whoops. Cody, why do you say penis, Cody? Why'd you say penis? I swear to God, Cody, contain yourself. All right. We all knew it was painful. I didn't know I was doing it. I was like, I'm bad at dancing. Okay, whatever. I hate all of you. Um, uh, yeah. Oh, thank you, Jonas. Thank you. Says I still remember watching your first stream and thinking, damn, he's an educational goofball. I like him. Thank you, Jonas. I appreciate you. Okay. Be right back. Gonna go report that. I hate you, so weird amorphous blob. Okay. Anyway, so guys, let's see what else we have to do here. First of all, oh my god, I actually really have to pee. Let me pull up something for us to watch, and then I will go pee. Forgive me. You guys know I have like the smallest little bladder anyone's ever seen. It's like the size of a fucking peanut. Thank you, Pet Combat, by the way, for all that. Okay. Let's see here. Boop-a-doop-boop-boo. Reacts.
America.
Shut up. Sorry. Shouldn't have yelled at her. That was rude.
Why do you think it's the best country?
There are a few things we can watch. You know what? I'll figure it out when I get back. I'll be right back, guys. I really gotta pee. Give me 1 second. Don't you fucking leave. None of you should leave. The educational segment is over. You have no reason to leave. Okay, all you degenerates just want the fun shit. So I'll be right back, okay? Calm the fuck down.
In the dark haze, polarized gaze, trying to find my way to you, where the spaces can't erase this. You're the feeling that I choose. I'm tired of running, 'cause you lost the feeling. You're disconnected in your touch. Are you believing in what I'm seeing? Or did the high life get too much? It's all on you now to figure out how. You lost the fire in your eyes, 'cause I can't change it. What you're wasting now that your gaze is polarized. Now that your gaze is polarized. Now that your gaze is polarized. When the haze clears all of your fears, now we have nothing left to lose. Fill the spaces, we can erase this, and not the feeling that you choose. You're tired of running, 'cause I lost the feeling. We're disconnected in our touch. Are you believing in what I'm seeing? Or did the high life get
All right, guys, we're back. We're back and we're raring to go, okay? Yay. Yay. All right, guys. Oop. Sorry, that was really gross. Thank you. I have some I'm eating some nuts. Thank you, Dolly Boy. Dolly Boy says Dolly Boy Cult is the only home for the downtrodden, though through Dolly Boy we will preserve and succeed, for this is the only path to salvation. Great. Great. Love that. Love that. Okay. Fuck that. Okay. Whatever. Hate all of you. Okay. Especially hate you, Dolly Boy. The cult is a lie. Okay. Anyway, Philly cheese, I swear to God. I swear to God. Okay. No, Jonas. Bad. Jonas, Philly cheese, Sir Bart, you're all traitors. No, I hate your goddamn cult, Dolly Boy. No, I do hate you. No, yeah, I do hate you, Dolly Boy. I do hate you. Okay, God. Drusilla says, always slobbering on those nuts. Drusilla, you fuck. I swear to God, Drusilla, I will find you. I'll fucking hunt you down, Drusilla. I swear to God. Okay, anyway. Okay, you guys. You know what? That was kind of funny how both of those came at me at the same time. I wasn't sure if I should be sad or like not. That was really fucking funny. Okay. I'm not sad, Dolly Boy. You can't use your emotional blackmail on me. Okay. Whatever. All right. Okay. Okay. All right. Thank you, Peck on Bad and Dolly Boy. Okay, you know I love you, Dolly Boy. Forgive me. And you know I love you too, Peck on Bad. Okay, let's find something to watch, shall we? Why are you so aggressive right now? Why are you so aggressive? Calm down, Dolly Boy. Okay, calm down. Things aren't that bad. Okay, you have no reason to complain. You're fine. Okay, stop complaining. Pick yourself up by the bootstraps. Okay. All right. So this was sent to us by Elevator Lady.
I just died on your arms tonight. Must have been something you said.
Oh, actually, Elevator Lady, thank you. Thank you. Oh, I wish I were dying in your arms, Elevator Lady. Imagine me. Oh, I'm laying there in your arms and you're like, oh, CR. And I'm like, oh, Elevator Lady. And then we're watching a tornado go by or something. That'd be fun. Okay. All right. So, right, me too, Elevator Lady. Okay. All right. Okay. You're cringed, Cody. You're cringe. Don't make fun of Elevator and Lady and mine love. Our love. Okay. Okay. Get a room. You get a room, Jay Williams. Okay. Elevator and Lady and I don't need a room. We just need a weather car to chase a tornado with. Okay. Ninjester says Sam is just mad that we denied his application for Cult Gimp. What the fuck, Pet Gone Bad? What was that? Okay. I swear to God. Okay. You're rude, Ninjester. Okay. So a goat. What the hate, all of you? Okay. I've never seen anybody eat nuts one by one. I mean, I've definitely, well, never mind. Okay. All right, let's go on. Okay, now that I'm like just sitting here not doing anything, so let's find some reactions.
You've been issuing a
LaCroix, that was unnecessary. That was absolutely unnecessary, and I'm kind of disgusted. Okay, what was that? All right, so LaCroix sent this to us. That was that felt like a hate crime. That definitely felt like a hate crime. Okay. This was sent to us by LaCroix, and it is called, I shouldn't do this after that hate crime, but okay. Trump's message to people living under communist regimes. Oh, this will be fun. This'll be fun. Let's see what it is. Okay, let's see what he says. I'm sure that he'll have a very insightful comment.
You've been issuing a wake-up call to Americans at home about the dangers of communism, and now you're speaking on the world stage. What's your message to people both living under communist and socialist regimes, but also people living under democracies like in Europe and America who might not have realized how...
Do you see that framing, guys? That's true, Dolly Boy. That's true. Thank you, Dolly Boy, very much. Okay. You see the framing there? You're either under communist/socialist regime or a democracy. Interesting.
close communism has come to home.
Yeah, that's a great question, actually. But look, I want to get the word out because what's forming is communism in the country. And communism's easy to sell. I would be the greatest communist in history. I'd be right up there with Lenin. I'd be...
Lenin. That is so fucking... What does that mean? Lenin?
I'd be as good as anybody. You've got free rent for the rest of your life. What they don't say is that you'll be living in squalor in 12 months. You've got a free house. Would anybody like to have a free house? We'll take it away from somebody. We'll give it to you. You'll have...
That's not how that works, by the way. That's not how that works. It's not like it's completely free. I mean, the labor is collectivized. So like, you know, your taxes / your labor will go build it. It's not like it's not like the houses magically appear and there's no inputs to the labor. Like there's no inputs to the house. It just comes, you know what I mean? Okay.
Murders all over the place. Communism's a disaster. It's been proven to be for thousands of years under different names, but same thing. It's very important. And you know, it's funny. One of the reasons I do so well with Hispanic people, I set a record, Republicans. I get great numbers for the election, helped me get elected in a landslide. The Hispanics, because a lot of them came from countries that were essentially communist. You know, whether you call them radical socialists or communists is not that much, but there is a little difference. When they say social democrats, we're social democrats, it sounds so nice. It's not nice. It's a very dangerous term. So I do.
Like, can we just not? Social democrats are not fucking socialists or communists. What the fuck? Like, okay, I'm willing to overlook his thought that. I'm willing to overlook his idea that, like, radical socialism and communism are the same. Fine, I'll overlook that one. It's whatever, okay? I guess you could say that radical socialism could be viewed like the end state of socialism, I guess, would be communism. Whatever. Okay, I'm okay. I don't agree, but fine. I'll overlook that for his sake. But, like, he doesn't know what any of these things mean, does he? He doesn't know what any of these things are. Okay?
You talk about it, and I talk about it on TikTok, and I talk about it everywhere. I talk about it here. And you're right, it has become international, but it's never worked, and it's not going to work. What is working is the United States.
Yeah, I agree that that's a terrifying term, though. That's true.
We have more jobs than we've ever had. People are making more money than they've ever made. I'm talking about workers now. I'm talking about workers.
By the way, having more jobs, I love how he didn't say that. He didn't mention unemployment. Yeah, as an economy grows, you have more jobs, in theory, just because there'll be more jobs added. Now, there haven't been as many added because of AI and shit. But he didn't say what unemployment is, right? Because even if you have more jobs, what if you add 2 more jobs, but you have 500,000 new people who need jobs? It doesn't fucking matter that you added 2 jobs, right?
They're making higher salaries than they've ever made before. It's just the best system, and it's got flaws, but everything's going to have a little.
Guys, it's going so well. Haven't you noticed it's going so well in America? Our capitalist system is going so well.
Flaw, but it's been amazing. And when I watch what's happening, and I see these lowlifes I mean, they're lowlifes. I watch them. I know good people. I know quality people. These are essentially lowlifes. And when I see what they're talking, I think they're very dangerous in many ways. And I've said it.
Who?
And I said, boy, that's a pretty big statement. Then I realized, a couple of people said, I think you're probably right. I think
what the fuck? I'm sorry. He's such a... Okay.
This country, with this
thing
that's going around, is in more danger than it was during World War I, World War II. If you talk about September 11th, if you talk about Pearl Harbor, that was big danger. I think the concept of us going communist, because one thing that happened.
Guys, he's saying it out loud. He's saying it out loud. Who controls the government? What segment of society would say that the most dangerous thing is communism or socialism? What fucking segment of society would say that? The people who own the bourgeois, the oligarchs, right? So, guys, remember what we talked about in regards to fascist Italy. A lot of the surrounding states were kind of okay with Mussolini because all they care about is stopping communism. This literally is proof positive that they're like that he represents the interests of capital. That the biggest threat is communism. Like no other threat is worse, right? By the way, we were not threatened in World War I. To be very clear, we were not threatened in World War I. Okay, I was willing to overlook that historical error. We were not threatened in World War I. We were threatened in World War II, but not in World War I. Okay. So whatever. Very cute to me. Very cute to me.
Happens when you go communist, you never come back. Never comes back. You die in squalor. You die a horrible.
Yeah, Sir Bart, I guess you could say that our merchant ships were kind of indirectly threatened, but that's not like honestly, but it's not like America itself wasn't threatened, right? Some of our ships were threatened, yes.
Death. You die in squalor. And it gets very evil and very nasty.
On behalf of the people of Israel.
Shut! I don't want to see Netanyahu's face. I'm sorry. Okay, I'm calm. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to freak out. He's such a fucking idiot. I can't even. Okay, let's watch this. This is sent to us by Louise.
Elon Musk. Do you think he's...
No. Okay, Louise sent this to us. Is Piers Morgan going to make the argument that Elon Musk is good? Oh my God. Okay, so great. Let's see.
Let's look at Elon Musk. Do you think he's a force for good or bad?
If you have a trillionaire, these guys are going to make every year passive income something like 100 billion quid.
But why is that? Why should that be yours?
I don't want it to be
Does he?
mine.
Why shouldn't he get?
Oh my God, fucking Piers Morgan. Honestly, it's like one of the things that triggers me the most is people who try to prevent the taxation of the rich. Like, it almost triggers me as much as Zionists, and I don't know why. Because, like, one is genocidal, but, like, you know what I mean? But, like, what? Like, they're such slugs. They're such, like, boot-licking slugs to be like, no, how dare you go after the rich's money? Like, oh my fucking God. Yeah, like, a lot of them aren't even near the tax bracket of, like, a billionaire. Like, Piers Morgan ain't a billionaire. I mean, he's rich, but okay. Hey, what's up, James West? Welcome, James West. James West says, hey, Casual, what's up? Just saw your 2 professors watching Mehdi's Jubilee video. Yeah, thanks, James West. I'm glad to have you here, okay? So, like, it's like, yeah, they don't even spend their wealth. They hoard it. They hoard the wealth.
Get the due reward
Okay.
for what he's creating.
If you allow there to be untaxed trillionaires, then they will be buying.
By the way, he's literally a trillionaire now. Well, I think Elon Musk is no longer a trillionaire. He was briefly a trillionaire. Now he's no longer a trillionaire. Regardless, why are we allowing anyone to have $1 trillion fucking dollars, let alone $1 billion, let alone $500 million? Like, it's, by the way, it's completely detrimental to democracy. If you care about democracy, it's not good to have wealth concentration, right? Now, I hate bringing up his name, but Noam Chomsky did make a really good point about this. You know, he said concentration of wealth seeds concentration of power. Okay. And then when you have that power, it allows you to get more wealth, which then allows you to get more power, which allows you to get more wealth. And it's this endless cycle of wealth inequality and power inequality. Okay.
An enormous amount of assets every year, and it will drive asset prices up. And it will squeeze out other elements of society. And what you'll see is what we are seeing, which is the working class and the middle class and the government will lose their wealth.
I hate you.
It's just simple maths. These guys.
See, I think they're horrible
Elon Musk,
people.
sorry, can
I think they're horrible.
Piers, come on, let me finish.
Of course,
Please, come on. Listen,
Mate.
you bring me out here, let me speak.
Mate,
right?
stop playing the victim.
Oh my God, I love this guy, Gary. Good.
It doesn't
Listen,
suit you.
listen,
You're
I'm
a
meant to
tough
speak on-
trader. Playing the victim and the old violin stuff, it doesn't work with me.
Listen, if you let this guy grow his wealth at that rate, at that rapid rate, in economies which are growing 1 or 2%, then purely mathematically, over the long run, over even the medium run, they will own everything.
Let's look at Elon Musk. Do you think he's a force for good or bad?
Jesus
If you have a
Christ. Fucking Piers Morgan. Okay, fuck Piers Morgan. Such a lying piece of shit. Doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. He'd be happy if there was one person that owned all the globe's wealth. Excuse me, I had to take a drink there. Okay, well, you said what documentary, Jonas? What documentary? Okay. Insane. Yeah, this is what is his name? What is this guy's name? Gary's Economics. Gary's Economics, which is good. Okay. He's a really good guy. All right. Let's go on here. Oh, Gwen sent this to us.
Do you guys know?
So this is sent to us by Gwen. It says Alex Jones' wild Elon Musk conspiracy gets exposed. Okay. So since we're gonna listen to this, let's briefly listen to Alex Jones. Okay. Liberal. I'm trying to find the right one here.
Liberal.
Oh, God damn it. That wasn't the whole thing. We need the whole thing. I need to hear the whole. No, I need the whole fucking thing. Where is it? Where's the whole fucking thing? Here we go.
Liberal.
Happy fun.
La la la. Human smuggling, fentanyl deaths, forced government euthanasia, chopping up children's genitals. La 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 la.
There we go. So there's my introduction to Alex Jones. Okay. So apparently this is some sort of conspiracy theory by Alex Jones. Let's listen.
Charlie Kirk. When I was 18, I went to college. I was homeschooled in high school. So I really wanted to be picked. And I found that Turning Point was really ready to pick young white girls who said whatever they wanted. And I was like, I'm fucking ready. I was involved in MAGA for almost 10 years. I did a few.
Who is she? I've heard of her. Ashley St. Clair. Is she like a former MAGA person? I feel like I've heard of her before. That name sounds familiar. You guys know how bad I am with like, oh, Elon's ex. No wonder I don't give a shit. Okay. So Elon's last baby mama. Okay. Like I don't know these people. I don't give a shit. But like, okay. So she's a figure, I guess.
Few
All right.
things, including Elon Musk. We
Thank
had
you,
a
guys.
kid. But so long story short, after all of this, Elon offered me a lot of money, $40 million to not talk shit. And I was like, no, thank you. Women worked a really long and hard time to talk shit, and there is no amount of money that's going to shut this yapper up. He meant me yapping, and he will die knowing I'm yapping, okay? I really did go through a genuine deconstruction where I was like, what the fuck have I been a part of? Because I have 2 children, only one's from that one. And so I was like, what is the legacy that I'm leaving my kids? And I recognized the harm that I did to a lot of people being in MAGA and how harmful I was to disadvantaged communities. And then I was like, fuck, I'm going to have to apologize for some of this. And I saw a video of James Charles.
Fuck, I'm going to have to apologize for some of this.
Didn't like that approach. And then there was that Miranda girl. She had the ukulele. And I was like, I don't think I like that one either. And so I was like, maybe I'll just be honest. And so someone on Twitter, her name is June. She's a trans individual, and she ended up tweeting at me, and she said, do you regret your role for your transphobic remarks and your harm to the trans community? And I was like, well, guess I'll answer this one honestly. And I said, I feel deep remorse for my role, and especially now that my son's sister, this is closer to my family, and I have not really understood how to make a difference or how to apologize, because I know this is going to become right-wing hysteria. So I put out a genuine apology to the trans community and said, I feel deep remorse. I'm not really sure how to make amends, but I'm looking for feedback. And I sent the tweet, and I went to bed. And I woke up, and do you know that guy Alex Jones? He did a whole show saying that I was sacrificing my child to Baal. And because someone who owns a social media platform had tweeted that I'm transing the baby and that he needed to take the baby. Yeah, my apology turned into Alex Jones saying I was transing my baby. Do you guys know?
Interesting. I don't know much about her. From what everyone's saying here in the chat, a lot of people here don't trust her. She feels inauthentic. She still sells books. She's a rat jumping ship. She sees the way the winds are blowing. Maybe, yeah, perhaps. Okay, interesting. Yeah, I don't know much about her. We'll go on to the next video. Okay, well, this Philly Cheese sent this to us. This is...
We know too much about celebrities' personal lives. Anyone here?
Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce. Why the fuck, Philly Cheese? Why the fuck would you send this to me, Philly Cheese? Okay, whatever. All right, whatever, Philly Cheese. We'll watch it, I guess. Jesus, okay. Fine, okay. I don't even, like, what? They're married or something? What happened with them? Are they, like, people now? I don't know. Are they, like, married? Is that what it is? Okay, don't worry, Philly Cheese. I'm sure there's more to it than that. I'm just being an ass. Hello, LeBron James. Like, are they a thing now? Like, I don't fucking care, but let's watch. We'll see what it's about.
Here, big Taylor Swift fans. Do you know how Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce met, ma'am? They met at her concert? That's amazing. What's your name, ma'am? Christina. Christina, you seem to know a lot about Taylor Swift. Christina, do you also know why we fought the Korean War?
Oh my God. Thank you, God, Philly Cheese. This is brilliant. I knew Philly Cheese wouldn't send me some, like, celebrity drama, okay? Okay, so he's gonna... This is great. I'm gonna go back.
They met, ma'am? They met at her concert? That's amazing. What's your name, ma'am? Christina. Christina, you seem to know a lot about Taylor Swift. Christina, do you also know why we fought the Korean War? Don't answer, I'm making a point. We fucking roasted a woman, didn't we, Max? Let's fucking go.
Oh, Jesus.
Men are back!
That's awful.
I'm kidding, Christina, you're nice. I'm just making a point about American culture. We made fun of a woman, now we have to make fun of a man, though, because of DEI. Men know too much about football, that's our thing. What's your name, sir? Tim, you think you know a little bit about football trivia, Tim? Okay, let's try this, Tim. I got 4 questions. Tim, any real man would know the answers. Okay. Tim, we're going to start easy and then we're going to get hard. Hopefully both of them. Tim, who's been the coach of the Pittsburgh Steelers the last 15 years or so, Tim? Tomlin. Where did Tim Tebow play college football, Tim? Florida. Where did Peyton Manning play college football? Tennis. Tim, way to go. Okay, Tim, if you get this last one right, Tim, I'll give you $20, Tim. Let's double your weekly salary, brother. Okay. Tim, any football fan knows this. Tim, what happens to a woman's body during menopause?
Oh my God, so true. So true.
What's the answer, Tim? What is it?
Come on, guys. It's so true. I actually would get really upset when I was. We'll finish watching this, then I'll give you my commentary on menopause and like the teaching about women's bodies and things like that.
Good luck. I like that, Matt. What do you think, Matt? What happens to a woman's body during menopause, Matt?
Don't ask me.
You don't know? God, this is crazy. Max, you know. It dries up.
It dries up.
I think that might be you, not menopause, Max.
Yeah.
I don't think the pussy dries up. I don't think, is that it? I don't think that's right.
God.
Okay. What is it actually, sir? Do you know, sir? This is insane. Do you know? But Tim, who drafted Randy Moss? Vikings, but you don't know what happens to half of women during their lives. Isn't that incredible? Isn't
Yeah,
that incredible?
seriously.
Men, we're so stupid. It's amazing.
Kind
The
of.
correct answer, actually, this is what happens during menopause. Who gives a fucking shit?
Oh my God.
Oh, menopause, another excuse for why women are crazy? Where have we heard this one before?
I hate you.
First, the periods. We know too much about celebrities' personal lives. Anyone?
So like, guys, like, it's true though. I mean, obviously you know that's true. There are a lot of men who know nothing. There are a lot of men who don't know anything about women's bodies, don't know about menopause, don't know about like any of that shit. So like, I know as a teacher, partially because schools are really bad at teaching this shit. It is often the case that attention is not enough attention is given to women's bodily cycles, okay, like reproductive cycles and things like that, as opposed to like just genitals in general. So most like students are taught like this is a penis, this is a vagina, this is what this part does, this is what that part does. But then there's a big dearth of knowledge when it comes to like a lot of times that conversation is done just for women. Okay. Like you see what I mean? So like I've been at schools where they take the girls into like a separate room and then teach them about tampons and like periods and things like that, which is insane to me. Everyone should know it. Like obviously, boys should know it, girls should know it. Everyone should know about periods, about menstrual cycles, about menopause. Like it's not taught. And then okay. It's really bad, very, very bad that happens. And so yeah, there needs to be a lot more knowledge out there. By the way, though, a lot of men just don't care. There's also sort of I know it's very embarrassing for men not to know. And there's also a cultural problem here, guys, where because of, yeah, Jonas, in America, so I'm glad you had multiple lessons, Jonas. In America, I'm talking mainly in America here. I don't know. So it is better in the UK. There is also a notion of like a cultural sexist notion of like disgust for women bodily functions. That is really gross. The disgust is gross, right? The idea of like, ooh, periods are gross. Ew. Like those, like we don't, it's kind of gross to talk about those things. Ugh. It's women's bodily reproductive functions are put on the same level as like urination or defecation. It's kind of viewed as like this thing that happens in a bathroom, and it's not good. It's not polite to speak about it outside of like a bathroom. You see what I mean? Like that's potty language, which is very dehumanizing in a lot of ways. There are very few things that we do that to men for, by the way. Obviously, you shouldn't be talking about yourself jacking it, but my point is that, like, that's still something very that's kind of like a weird puritanical, um, ask your guy friends how they feel about buying yeah, they get uncomfortable, Lacroix. They absolutely get uncomfortable. A lot and Lacroix says, "Ask your guy friends how they feel about buying tampons or pads for their wives or girlfriend." It'll make them feel fucking uncomfortable a lot of the time, okay? Yes, Marzipan, only discuss jacking in appropriate spaces. Yeah, 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 okay. But, like, but, it's just weird. It's something that we need to do. Like, I know the men in here are not dumb. I know that you guys know, but there's a lot of fucking weird shit that happens. Okay, there's like a lot of weird demonization of these things. Okay, you got it. So, all right, if this makes sense. Okay. So, Marzipan. So I will say, Marzipan, I agree with you. Only discuss jacking it in appropriate spaces. Consent. There are, yes, okay. I will say, how do I frame this? A lot of times discussing things like masturbation, I think, are overly demonized. And so if you're in, and yes, I get it that it can often be used as a way, as sort of a sexual power move against non consenting people to discuss it. But I have found that a lot of times teachers or adults, and I know, and Martha, I'm not disagreeing with you, are afraid to even talk about it because there are parents that are so sensitive to it that they will claim that you're doing some sort of like it hasn't happened to me, mind you, but I've heard it happening elsewhere. They'll claim that you're doing some kind of assault or something by even discussing it in front of, even if it's an appropriate audience. So we need to be better at recognizing, at saying it is okay to talk about these things. Um, I mean, as long as you're not doing it in a non-consenting, gross way. You know what I mean? But a lot of people can't tell the difference. Anyway, and by the way, sometimes in both directions. Some people are overly sensitive about it, and some people are not sensitive about it enough. Okay, minute behind. You should at least know her preferred pads where she keeps her meat. Yeah, there you go, Ninjester. Okay. Though my doll is just Tylenol with some extra stuff added to it, right? My doll is basically just it's not well, I don't want to get really into that, but my doll has been good at advertising, but it's not that it makes it seem like it's just for women and stuff, but it's kind of really only Tylenol or something with like something else added to it. Anyway, um we got what we're talking about here, folks. Thank you. Tylenol and caffeine, which is like there's tons of painkillers out there that are for migraines. For migraines, you can take Tylenol and caffeine. They call it migraine medication. So I think it's funny that Midol, it has advertised itself as being for menstrual cramps, but it's just Tylenol with caffeine. You can do that with almost any other medication. Anyway, so they make some money off of the notion that they're special being for menstrual cramps or for menstrual pain. But anyway, oh, it has an antihistamine too. There you go. Okay. But there's lots of painkillers who have crap like that, I will say. I remember reading about how Midol has advertised itself that way. There's lots of like non-Midol branded things that can help with that also, just to be clear, guys. Okay. Um all right. And blood thinner for clots. Okay. Jingles your bells. Thank you. What was that? Thank you, Marzipan, for yes, elevator lady. Yes. You know what? Let's look it up, guys. Let's look it up. I just remember reading sometime that Midol, we have an association of it for menstrual cramps, but that's kind of how their advertising was. Yeah, it's acetaminophen, caffeine, and antihistamine, which there's a lot of meds that have those stuff in them. Okay. It's just be aware. It's partially an advertising thing. I mean, it helps. It helps with those. It helps with that. But if it might be less expensive to get something else. And then yes, you can also have like blood thinning type stuff that can also help with the blood, with the cramps too. Okay. Right. All right. Does this make sense? Okay. All right. Exactly. There are generics with the same active ingredients. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, it does help. Yeah, Midol can be good for guys too. Like if you have if you're have some sort of swelling or something else, it can be really nice, right? So I'm just saying, we use the word Midol, but that's because it's a brand name and it was sort of an advertisement. Okay. But anyway, by the way, as I've always said, um, yeah, yes, it has elevator lady. Yeah, by the way, not every woman I should mention that too. Not every woman gets severe menstrual cramps or any menstrual cramps. This is a person by person thing, but yeah, there definitely can be menstrual cramps. It's almost like we're working with the same biological mechanisms. Yeah. Okay. Caffeine is elite at getting rid of it. Absolutely is, LaQuabois. It absolutely is. Um, so water too, that's for sure. I will say I think, guys, that it is infuriating to me that, by the way, I hate this phrase, feminine hygiene products, which implies that whatever, okay, it doesn't matter. But I think those should be universally accessible and free. Same thing with toilet paper. But admittedly, I know that I'm not gonna, that's never probably gonna happen. But every woman should have free access to hygiene products, if that's the word we're gonna use. Okay. Um, seriously, that tampon there, you think you look lost. So like, we need that shit. Oh, James Nordoff says, so does that cause autism too? Hilarious, James Nordoff, hilarious. All right. James Williams, you'll be living in squalor according to Trump, right? Apparently. Exactly. And that's my whole thing, guys, is like there's a big cultural element here that seems to imply that women's bodily functions are somehow dirty. It's weird, by the way. It's weird, by the way, guys. That yeah. Oh wait, real fast, real fast. Yes, Leonis, marzipan power is correct. As a matter of so a lot of times femmes or also transgender women can also experience cramps. Okay, I will say that men, by the way, so we now know, guys, that men can often sync with their female partners, with their the women who are their partners, and they can often experience something similar to it's not the same exactly, but they can experience some of the same cyclical things that women do when they live with them. I don't know if you guys have heard of this. So men kind of have men I know, weird amorphous blob. Okay, men have I think it was PMS specifically. Yes, yes. Um Yes, so men have a monthly hormonal kind of up and down, all right? So and it's not really talked about much, and it's often thought to kind of link up with their partners sometimes. It's not the same, but that's an interesting thing. Um, yeah, totally Promethean Rebel. So, what was I gonna say here? I was gonna mention something. So yes, the idea that like women's bodily functions are gross and stuff is a really weird thing we do, and we need to stop it. Can we stop it? Can we just stop that shit? All right. Anyway, and any products like tampons or pads should be free for women, in my opinion. Okay. All right. So we got that. All right. It doesn't even have to be free for women. It should be free for anyone who has a vagina and has ovaries and has a uterus. Okay. So there's not every woman. There are women with penises and there are women and there are men with vaginas and female biology. Okay. So, yeah, something else to think about. Anyway. So, okay. Anyone should be able to get them. Okay. All right. So moving on. I know it's so fucking stupid, LaCroix. Exactly. That's what I should say. It should be free in general. LaCroix, tampons and pads are taxed like a luxury product, actually. Absolutely. Okay. Absolutely. All right. We got that. Or even non-binary. Like anyone should be able to get it for free. You guys get what I mean. Okay. Shall we go on here? Let's see here. Let's watch this. This was sent to us by our favorite Jay Williams, who always has the worst video suggestions ever. That's my you disgust me. You disgust me. But oh, thank you, elevator lady. You both disgust me. Okay, inclusive jester. Hey, I'm getting better, elevator lady. You know, I literally, guys, real fast before we watch this, I have found that I've told you this, guys, before. I spent a lot of my life reading, like reading a lot, like fucking sitting in dark rooms reading shit. When I was in grad school, most of my classes would assign about like a book or 2 books a week, and I had 4 classes, so it would kind of balance out till every 2 weeks. So I'd have to read like 8 books every 2 weeks. It's a lot of reading when you're in grad school, okay? You don't ever have enough time to read it all, so you kind of have to skim a lot of it. Regardless, I realized that now that I'm more verbal about it, and as a teacher, I speak in the ways that I would see in the books. So I've needed to update my language to be less just what I read in my books, because most books, for example, don't include non-binary people. Most books have a pretty rigid definition, man, woman, okay? So then I keep finding myself talking about things I've read and then without adapting them to current realities. You see what I mean? Or to realities in general, not current realities, realities in general. So it's been an interesting process now that I've like been in front of a camera and speaking to notice where I'm like, oh, I read that in a book, but that is a very, because a lot of the stuff I read too is from the past. Okay, that is an exclusive way of thinking. You see what I mean? Okay, it's just interesting. Okay, it's an interesting experience to go through. Okay, so let's go on. So here we have, I try to be elevator lady. It's something I try to pride myself on, is to be self-aware. Okay, so I recommend everyone try to be self-aware. Always critically examine how you think and what you say, etc. You don't have to be paranoid. You don't have to like be scared. You'll make mistakes and that's okay, but always try to improve yourselves. Okay, so this is, let's watch this. This is sent to us by Jay Williams. It should be kind of fun.
Hello, my name's Donna Barrett Gilbert, and I've been working in the motion picture industry as a hairstylist for the last 25 years. My last feature film is Star Trek V. My job and main objective is to take the fear out of wigs, showing you how you can take any wig and design it to suit your needs. I believe that God has given everybody a bright light to shine for him. And sometimes when you have a hair problem, that light can get just a little dim. Let's look at this synthetic right out of the box.
What do you mean by right out of the box?
Never been touched. It's brand new.
Oh.
I call this dancing with the fingers. Again, dancing with those fingers. Now see the movement? Look how live it looks.
Oh, that looks great. Is that just from back combing?
I mean,
and
these don't
dancing
look
with the
bad.
Fingers?
Dancing those fingers. Communicate while you're designing. Talk about your lifestyle. Always try to have earrings on, or at least show your ear. Earrings take away from the hair. Your eye goes to the earring.
I mean, this is all true, guys. This is lovely.
Here's a visor.
Don't we all, elevator lady? Anyway.
It's great for keeping a wig on and also looks natural. Got your headband on? Do what you normally do. Put that headband on, pull that hair down, make it look loose, messy. Wow, look at all this hair.
Honestly, this isn't that bad. This
Looks
is just
like a rock star.
That looks pretty good, just like that. Wild. Maybe someone needs to make a color change. Black, blonde, red, brunette. A sexy fantasy, a
I
new
kind of like
vision.
these styles,
I know
though.
there's a wild hair in all of us. Let's go to the pool.
Yeah, this is not that weird by Jay Williams standards.
The pool?
Don't be afraid of a wig. It's
Yeah, this is
user-friendly,
actually
I
isn't bad.
promise. Touch it, play with it, feel it. Do whatever you feel like doing. Don't let your hair
It isn't, Jonas. That's the thing. It's not that
stop you.
disturbing.
Have you forgiven yourself for having an attitude about wigs? Move forward. Change your state of mind. You've got things to do.
Okay, that was kind of weird. Have you forgiven yourself yet? That was kind of weird.
Bathe in the light. It's your light.
Bathe in the light.
Feel great about yourself and have hair again.
Okay. I mean, that wasn't that bad, to be honest. It's kind of just like, it's like, okay, good luck. Yeah, her enunciation was a bit off, but like that's a reach elevator. Like, I think you're trying to find something weird about it. It was okay. That wasn't a problem. Okay. I'll look it up. Oh, JMac here. I'll look at that link. Give me a second. I just need to take a drink. Because if you want me to take a drink, JMac, and then you're demanding I look at a link, I gotta take a drink first. Obviously, JMac. Okay, I'm just kidding. Let me see what JMac sent us. CBS News reporting the following. Congressman Ro Khanna said he was detained by Israeli settlers for over an hour while visiting the West Bank. Khanna also said members of the Israeli Defense Forces spoke with the settlers and moved a car to block the road. Khanna's experience was first reported by the New York Times. A spokesperson for the congressman confirmed the details of the Times report to CBS. The Israeli military said they intervened after receiving a report of settlers blocking vehicles near Kirbet Zenuta, and troops dispersed the Israeli civilians and allowed the vehicles to continue on their way. Khanna described the experience in the West Bank and Israel as the first time I have really been actually aware of being brown. Wow. I feel like people have seen me first as brown. I feel like people have seen me first as brown, second as an American congressman, and third as an American citizen. I mean, it's Israel. What the fuck do you expect?
No.
So I'm going to let's see what he has to say. Okay.
I saw the arrogance in the eyes of those settlers, 21 and 22-year-olds with guns, laughing that they had detained us. The arrogance of those young IDF soldiers that my tax dollars are funding, having no respect for the fact that they were detaining Americans, no respect that there was an American congressperson in that bus, and laughing when our translator told them that there are Americans there and the American embassy is concerned. It is the arrogance of power, of a power that has had no accountability, total impunity. And
he looks angry. I will say I've seen a lot of Ro Khanna speak. He's not normally this upset. I can tell he's either nervous or angry or both.
It's created a toxic culture of oppression. Being in the West Bank and in Israel is the first time that I have really been acutely aware of being brown. I feel like people have seen me first as brown, second as an American congressman.
Welcome to the apartheid
and third
state.
as an American citizen. I'm certainly probably the first American politician who's been detained by the IDF and Israeli settlers. I mean, we were at a village that Israeli settlers had destroyed. They had destroyed the school. They had destroyed that village, and we were just looking at it. And these
I
hoodlums
hope
come
so,
in with
J-Mac.
machine guns, an M4, an American-made machine gun, and they detain us. They block off the road. And then they call the IDF, and the IDF is on their side, not on the side of the Americans.
Shocking. Listen, guys. So I like Ro Khanna, comparatively to lots of members of Congress. I like him. But unless this turns into militant anti-Israelism, unless this turns into him not being a liberal Zionist and promoting something more, like, anyway. So I hope he turns this into more than just a public display of I don't like Israel, which is what he's doing now. I will have to wait to see. All right. He is a politician, and yes, right, Alyssa, the Americans. I did the predicting CR's take. Did you? When you predicted it, Weird Amorphous Blob, fantastic. Okay. He is also loaded. Yeah, he's loaded. So listen. So no, JMac. I'm not assuming that I know about his views on Israel. I'm just saying. But JMac, that's the point. Yeah. But the fact that he was even in the West Bank is kind of a nod to him. It's kind of a nod to him, right? So I will say that, but I just hope he, becomes more anti-Israel and actually really pushes for stuff for that. I'm not just saying that he hasn't done some of that. Yeah. Uh, Weird amorphous blob. I hope this makes him more militantly anti-Israel and it kills the liberal Zionists. Oh, yes, I read that, Weird amorphous blob. I totally read that. I didn't know that was you that said that. I was reading the chat. I did see you say that. So I guess technically it was me that agreed with you, right? Although I was, you just, that's what I was going to say anyway. But okay, not those exact words, perhaps. All right. So Jonas, he is a liberal Zionist. Um, you know what? Maybe he's not. We'll take a look here. I gotta check. Let's take a look. Let's do what JMac is asking. Rokana. All right, let's take a look here. Yeah, I thought he was a two-stater kind of guy. I thought that he was, yeah, he's anti-genocide, but he wants Israel, he thinks Israel's okay and stuff like that. Like, he's like, well, we just need to stop the genocide. Okay. Let's take a look. How do I find this? Rokana's position. Yeah, all that story is blocking out everything. Rokana Wiki. I know this is the AI summary. I want to see if there's like God, it's all fucking. He was the first US lawmaker to sign an anti-APAC legislation. He was the first US congressperson to sign a pledge to not take money from APAC, which is something. Okay, guys, I'm having trouble finding it directly. We'll take a look at it. We'll take a look. I'll look research. I'll do some more research into it. My whole point here, guys, is that outer signal, okay? Rep. Khanna leads historic letter calling for the U.S. recognition of a Palestinian state. 47 colleagues. Okay, there's a moral issue. We cannot be isolated from the rest of the world. Okay. So that's not bad. Okay, you know what? I might be being too harsh on him. Listen, I know he might not be as much as we want, but compared to other U.S. politicians, as I said, I do like Rokana compared to other politicians. All I'm saying, I'm still saying what I was going to say before, folks. I do hope this experience radicalizes him a bit, okay, and gets him to actually do stuff in Congress. It appears he has been doing some stuff, but I hope it definitely solidifies that, okay? It is a low bar, but I'm just saying, yes, it is. Yes, I do know what J Street is, LaCroix. So J Street is the liberal version of AIPAC. And by liberal, I mean liberal Zionist version. They tend to speak in a way where they seem to care about Palestinians, but they don't. You get what I mean? So like, okay. Promethean rebel. I hate the term liberal Zionist. I have some issues with liberalism, but I also like some aspects of it as a leftist. And Zionism is liberal. So no. So Promethean rebel. So Zionism is fundamentally like. So okay, this is hard to explain. There is an Israeli state that exists. Okay, liberals like the status quo. So if you want to view it that way, a liberal is someone who seeks like the liberal status quo inside of Israel, a democracy, an end to the apartheid shit and crap like that, but still keep Israel as a predominantly um, Jewish nation that suppresses well, some of them even want apartheid still, suppresses Muslims and stuff like that. So in this case, like liberal kind of makes sense because it's like the moderate centrist, just keep things end like the, make two states, but keep Israel there as it is. I see what you mean. I'm okay with the term. Okay. Um, yeah, totally, Laquabwa. It's still not the best group to be receiving money from. They're a liberal Zionist organization. Exactly. They're respectable. That's the way to put it. Weird words, but they like respectable colonialism. They're like, we should end the aggressive colonialism and just stay as we are now and let the Palestinian. It's complicated. I understand the term. I just think it's stupid. That's fair. Okay. He's definitely two-state. Okay. Now, listen, guys, listen. Like, this is God. It's such a freaking issue. I'm a one-state person. I would much rather see one state with an inclusive constitution that is free and democratic for everyone, or whatever the fuck whatever words you want to use. We are so far from that. This is I don't know. This is such a fucked up situation. I don't know. Regardless, that did happen to Rokana. Okay, we'll just stop there for now. Okay, I got to look more into what the things he did. All right. Okay. State makes the most sense. One, it does. Yeah, but see, this is complicated, and I'm not an expert on that with the situation. I know quite a bit, but I've never been on the ground over there. Like, I want a one-state solution. The problem, guys, is that you have a genocidal state of white supremacists who are going to make that very hard to achieve. And if you do achieve it, do we really trust that they're not going to just start killing the Palestinians again? Or I don't know. It's complicated. That's why I'm saying, like, so as much as I like the idea of a one-state solution, it oftentimes, now listen, guys, we're just debating this. I'm just giving you my thoughts. I advocate for a one-state solution, but occasionally I think to myself, like, is that really something that will work given the way things are? That would have to be way in the future. Because like I just don't see. I don't know. I also don't see two-state working. Like everything is terrible. That's what sucks. Okay. Joe Buckley, can you be a Zionist and also be liberal? How does that work? Yes, Joe Buckley, you can. Liberal, by the way, for example, the early America is a liberal government and it's a colonial state. So you absolutely can be liberal. You absolutely can be liberal and be colonial. Even if it seems contradictory, there have been tons of liberals historically who are pro-colonialism. So yes, you can absolutely be a Zionist and be liberal. Okay. So yeah. Yes, Jay Williams. Classic liberals tend to align with anti-jihadists. That's true. So yes, so I agree. Yes, Jonas, I agree with what Twab said. I didn't mention this, but yeah, she's right about like the word illiberal can be used in sort of a negative way. Yeah, exactly. Outer signal. This is complicated, guys. The words don't really fucking matter. Okay, Philly cheese. You said it, Philly cheese. I did not say it. Philly cheese says, "What about no Israeli state?" That'd be nice. Yeah, I agree, Philly cheese. But listen, when I say one state Philly cheese, that is what I mean. I mean, it would be a state where everyone has equal say, and that would likely be, hopefully majority Arab. But like, unless a large part of that radical, right wing, violent, genocidal, exactly, Philly cheese, that genocidal population is there, how are you gonna okay, you see what I mean? So anyway, this is a big fucking it's just so stressful to think about. Like I know. God. Right. I agree. The two state will never work. And one state might work. But you see what I mean though, Philly cheese, that even that seems like really fucking long off at this point. Hey, Sir Bart, you see what I mean? United Nation of the Levant. That'd be pretty cool, Jonas, actually. If anyone's ever heard of pan-Arab nationalism, there's some cool movements there that I highly appreciate. Of course, it's been rather dismantled by colonialism and imperialism and things like that by the West. They lost their privileges, in my opinion. I agree, Thelonious Dunk. This, guys, I don't know. Listen, I don't know what I can say on Twitch. There's a reason why I'm kind of holding back here, but I'm just saying, as long as there's a population in Israel that is murderously colonial and violent and hateful, I don't know how one state can actually happen. Let's put it that way, okay? Exactly, Marzipan. Exactly, J-Mac, and there's the nuke problem too. And this is what I'm saying is like this is a big fucking problem all around. Okay. All right, guys. I'm sorry. I'm thinking a lot now. All right. Yeah, I know, LaCroix. And that's a problem because they do have these nukes now, so they have all this fucking power. Agreed. Palestine will be free. By the way, guys, free fucking Palestine. Free Palestine. So yeah, no, J-Mac, it's okay. We got us talking here. I fucking hate Israel. Oh my fucking god, I hate Israel. Free Palestine, free Palestine, free Palestine. Some of you don't listen. I know many of you know this story. I actually lost my job over the issue of Israel Palestine. Okay, I was working at a school that ended up being very pro-Zionist, and I made a YouTube video knowing that I wasn't allowed to, saying that what Israel's doing is a genocide, and I got fired for it. So literally the big reason, one of the biggest reasons I started this channel was to fight back against Zionism and the moral, the moral stress I was feeling from working in a school like that and not being able to speak my mind. Because they wouldn't let me teach the kids the truth. So that's like, for those who have been in the community for a long time, that is absolutely, like, that's the reason the community was kind of created. Okay. So, but I'm not saying that to, like, get you all on my side here. I want to point out that there have been folks that have come into the Discord and then thought that we were open to discussing the merits of Israel and like who's right and wrong. We don't fucking do that in this community. Who is right is very obvious, right? We do not deny genocide. Okay, we do not deny genocide in this fucking community, okay? There was a few times in the server I've almost lost my fucking mind, and I'm glad that there are some people that aren't there anymore because we do know, right, that that's not something that's up for discussion in the server. I do hope we know that. We're not going to debate the merits of Israeli actions against Gaza. Okay, anyway, just a note there. Okay. Yeah, Thelonious Dunk, obviously, oppressed people have a right to fucking defend themselves. Not only do they have a right to, it's legally permissible to do that. Okay? And I'm just saying, if I had my fucking way, I think more should happen to Israel because there might need to be, I wish there was some liberatory violence happening against Israel, let's put it that way. But hey, got to be careful with what I say. But those who have been around for a while know exactly what I think. Okay, so I cannot stand. All right. Anyway, LaCroix, you say I have a lot of respect for you speaking out and standing your ground on this. I don't blame teachers that do decide to quiet down because they could literally lead into being out on the street. Yeah. The only reason, guys, I'm not out on the street is because of all of you, by the way. So because I can be here, and God knows what that school will say if I try to apply elsewhere. I don't know if I can ask them for a recommendation or whatever. Anyway, so whatever the case may be, free Palestine. Palestinians are human beings, just like anyone other person on the planet. What is it I always say, folks? Palestinians have grandmothers who give their grandchildren candy. They have brothers, they have sisters. They fall in love. They have families. They take their kids to playgrounds. They have parties. They have sex. You know, they experience romance. They are human fucking beings. They have dreams. There you go, Philly cheese. They have dreams and aspirations. They are like you and me. They are like you and me. They are human beings, okay? And I cannot, I just cannot comprehend what it might be like to lose a child to an Israeli bomb, or watching your child crushed under concrete, or watching anyone crushed under concrete. Okay, anyway, Jonas, I do wish, I agree. We also can't forget what's happening in Sudan. That has been a genocide and a violent conflict that has been ignored 100%. Okay, so anyway, that's another horrific thing we need to talk about. Anyway, sorry, I'm getting off track here. I'm getting, Mayflower Kid, I hate you so much. Okay, so anyway, I'm getting off track. I start kind of having flashbacks and stuff to images I've seen. Many in the people in the community know this. I have a particular image that pops up in my head when we talk about this, of a Palestinian burning alive in a hospital bed that I cannot get out of my head. Anyway, so Promethean Rebel, it's wild to me that some people that support Israel claim to be secular humanists. Disgusting. I've lost a lot of respect for quite a few people over this. So many celebrities. Yeah, it's absolutely disgusting. It's absolutely fucking disgusting. These people are monsters. There's nothing quite as bad at and guys, I studied fascism and Nazism. There's a reason why I say Israel is a fucking Nazi state, because there are fucking similarities there that are undisputable and obvious. We've even talked about fucking fascist Italian fascism today. They did fucking what Israel did, but they did it in Libya. They're fucking fascist and they're fucking Nazis. Anyway, yeah, LaCroix. Anyway, guys, let's go on. I agree, Philly cheese. I agree. So let's go on here. I'm getting distracted. Let's go on here. Let's see what else we have here. Let's do a palate cleanser. If we can find a good palate cleanser. Ooh, this was sent to us by Elevator Lady. It looks like it might be a palate cleanser. What the fuck, Elevator Lady? Okay, we'll watch what Elevator Lady sent us, although I am not... We'll see if it's worth anything. I don't know. It looks kind of... I don't know. Okay, I have to move some things around, but she sent us a thing about cooking a burger. Let's see here. You said, Jonas, you said, I agree, but what the... Oh, I know what you mean, Jonas. Yeah, well... Yeah, but that's a fair point, Jonas. United States also did a massive amount of violence in Libya too. Okay. Okay, so let me quickly change this over so you can see. Window capture. Oh boy, and I'm on the wrong fucking page here. I'm all distracted now. Okay, video capture device, window capture device. How's everyone doing out there, by the way? I should hand out some boops here in a second. Media player. Application audio capture. All right, so let's watch this. Hopefully it'll be kind of funny. I need something funny.
Did you know? When making a beef burger, you shouldn't use a Kit Kat to flip the burger patty. This is because a Kit Kat is not a kitchen utensil. Instead, you should use a whisk.
Yeah, no shit.
Instead of using your wet spoon to add sugar to your drink and causing the sugar to clump, you can just add your drink to the sugar. This will guarantee to stop sugar sticking to your spoon. When making a peanut butter sandwich, you should not spread it using a slow cooker. This is because they're
what the fuck is this?
Too big and make too much mess. Instead, you can just use a spoon. If you're flicking the bean and it ends up getting messy, you can always finish off by
I'm gay and I know what that means. Okay, I know exactly what that means.
rubbing one out. When juicing an orange, you should not use a bottle of Coke. This is because Coke bottles are for peeling grapefruit. Instead, you should use a blender. This makes perfect orange juice every time. When stirring your drink, you should not use a cheese grater. This is because a cheese grater is too big to be used as a stirring device. Instead, you can just use a breadstick.
What
Did
the
you
fuck,
know?
elevator lady?
When stirring your drink, you should not use a snow globe. This is because the snow globe is too wide to be used as a stirring device. Instead, you should use a frying pan. Did you know?
Fucking God, elevator lady, you sicken me. You absolutely sicken me. Shame on you. Yeah, exactly. Jay Williams videos have enabled everyone to fucking send batshit crazy nonsense. Okay? Oh, quiet, outer signal. Don't enable this shit. I know, Druzilla, you're a fucking lunatic. Druzilla says, this is my perfect video. Yeah, you're a fucking idiot. Oh, God damn it, Druzilla. Philly cheese. I didn't realize there was a new theme for Education Week. No, there isn't. Philly cheese, shut the fuck up. No, there isn't. Okay, no, you didn't, LaQual. You didn't learn a damn fucking thing. That's right, Druzilla. Cry. Your tears bring me joy. Okay, whatever, outer signal, whatever. I don't believe anything any of you are saying anyway. Okay, don't talk. By the way, that's not how you exactly, Sir Bart. Spell the words right if you're going to come after me. But I feel Goopertarian. Jesus Christ, where have you been, Goopertarian? You come in here just to agree with these lunatics? Okay, whatever. I'm going to hand out some boops. Okay, let's do some boops, shall we? Druzilla, you get a bonk. Bonk! Shame on you. Marzipan Power, you get a boop. Boop. Elevator Lady, you get a bonk. Bonk. Shame on you. Goopertarian, whatever, you get a boop. Boop. Don't, Sir Bart, don't you tell me to calm down. Fuck you. Okay. LaQuabois gets a boop. Boop. Of course, Goopertarian. It may have been LaQuab, but it may be something else. Weirdomorphous Blob gets a beep. Beep. All right. By the way, Weirdomorphous Blob is the only one who has the ability to request certain kinds of things. Okay. Dolly Boy gets a boop. Boop. Dolly Boy, did you say, so this is fascism? What the fuck are you talking about? I swear to God. Okay. Jesus Christ. Jay Williams, you get nothing. Nothing. You don't even get a fucking bonk. You don't deserve a fucking thing, Jay Williams. Okay, unless I gave you something. I don't remember. Thelonious Dunk, can I have a Bamf? No, you cannot have a Bamf, Thelonious Dunk. You get a bonk. Bonk for even requesting that. I've been using Snickers this whole time. You get a bonk, Jonas. Bonk. All right, whatever. You did everything, Jay Williams. Okay. Anyone else want me to hit them? Okay. Anyone else need a bonk on the head? Did I miss anyone? James Nordoff, you get a boop. Boop. Sir Bart, I swear to God. Pet gone bad, you disgust me. You get a bonk. Bonk. Okay, Cody gets a boop. Boop. Okay. Druzilla, you disgust me. Better make it hurt. You're all fucking sickos. Death Died Today gets a boop. Boop. Paleontology Dog gets a boop. Boop. Promethean Rebel gets a boop. Boop. I don't know why I just clicked at you like a lunatic. But there you go, Thelonious. There you go. Okay, J-Mac, you get a bonk. Bonk! You got a very hard bonk. I bonked you so hard, J-Mac. Oh my God, I bonked you so hard. You too, Dolly Boy. You get a big old bonk. Bonk. Bonk, Dolly Boy. Okay, whatever. I'm being gross now. Okay, let's just go on. It's fine. We're done with that. Okay, we're done with that. Let's see what else. Whatever. I probably missed a bunch of people. I don't give a fuck. No one deserves it. You know what? I should take back all of those from all of you all at once. How dare you? All right. You know what? What else we have here? We might... Coco the monkey? Are you fucking kidding me, Jay Williams? Okay, you know what? This looks terrifying. We'll watch this. What is this? Powerhouse Club Volume 1. Oh my goodness. Okay, we're going to watch another Jay Williams nightmare. I know I have to put it up. Just because he recently added it. And I need something not death and destruction related just for a second. Okay, forgive me. Forgive me for being weak. Let me just, I need something that's not gonna make me, there we go. So we'll watch this. This will probably horrify me. What? You're right. Death died today. You did nothing. I apologize. Death died today. You get to keep your boop no matter what. Everyone else, though, you've all misbehaved and you're horrible. Okay. All right. So this is called the Powerhouse Club Volume 1. I don't know what the fuck it is. God knows Jay Williams sends us some awful shit. It's a Christian megachurch. Oh, great. This is going to be fun. Wow. I'm sure I'm going to agree with this 100%. Okay. Yeah, me too, Jonas. The use of the word power. Okay, let's see here. Right, Goopertarian. You know exactly what I have against mega churches, Le Quabois. Oh, you guys can't hear it? I'm sorry. I'll fix it. Oh, I had the wrong thing pulled up. There we go. You guys can hear it now. I'll start it over. Okay. There we go. Everyone
You know,
calm
that
the fuck
reminds
down.
me of my little friend Coco. You remember Coco the monkey?
I don't think so.
Well, let me tell you the story about Coco. Coco was a little monkey and a very lovable little monkey indeed.
He was?
Yes, he was. But you
Screw
see,
you, Cody.
he had two things that was a great disturbance to him. He had a very inquisitive nature, but you see, he also had a great appetite for peanuts.
Oh, I like...
It's not the only person in here who has a great appetite for peanuts, right? Anyway.
Peanuts, too.
Well, Coco loved...
You know what? Can we just kill that thing? Like, can someone please put that animal out of its misery? I don't like it.
Loved peanuts, and I'm afraid...
Someone please kill it.
That very inquisitive nature and his appetite for peanuts was his downfall.
You gonna tell me?
Yeah, someone kill it. It looks like it's screaming out for death. I bet if you listen closely, it'd be like, kill me, kill me. It looks awful. Can someone just kill that thing? By the way, you say here, what's wrong with being inquisitive, right? That's interesting. Notice that very Christian framing. What the worst part of this monkey is that the monkey is inquisitive, okay? It asks too many questions.
Got it now?
Yes, I want you to listen, bud.
I'm listening
I hate
real
it.
good.
All right, now you listen.
Someone have a cinder block? Let's get this over with.
Coco went down very early one morning near the river's edge. But before he arrived,
Thanks,
Barbosa
Philly cheese. Thank you.
the hunter had already set his death trap.
A death trap?
Yes, let me tell you about it. It was a bucket that could contain great amount of weight. And he would place a large weight in there. It would be pebbles and sand. And then atop that heavy weight, he placed a small layer of peanuts. Aromatic, delicious peanuts.
Wait, what?
Yeah, I love
I
peanuts.
missed it.
Well, now you listen. Coco came out early that morning.
Ew,
it was
that's
unusually
Coco the
quiet
monkey?
in the jungle. The
Ew.
birds were not singing. There was
What the fuck is wrong with its ears? Why are his ears on the front of its fucking face?
danger in the air. Even little Coco sensed that danger.
Hello,
He
Bisky. How are you
did.
doing?
Yes, he did. He knew there was something wrong. And he saw
I don't
that
blame you,
unusual
Bisky.
looking bucket there, and he knew that was not normal, but he could smell the peanuts inside. And you see,
I can also smell peanuts from a mile away, folks. I hope you know this doesn't really work if I actually have to say the word peanuts and not the other word.
his
Anyway,
appetite for those peanuts.
Daniel Martins, welcome back, Daniel Martins. Don't you love? Listen, Daniel Martins, this is all a hallucination. I know you're high. You're not actually seeing what's on the screen, okay? It's completely normal. We're watching a science video about carbon, and you are hallucinating that it's a hellish video. Okay.
Overrode his common sense and even his sense for danger that day. His mother and his father had told him to be careful of things unusual and to watch out for the traps that was set by Barbosa the hunter.
Barbosa the
Yes.
hunter.
And so he ignored
By the way, I love when they wear these pith helmets, like they're like British colonial officials.
the warnings of his mama and papa. He very carefully walked
Ew.
over to that bucket. He knew there was...
By the way, I hate chimpanzees. This one isn't a chimpanzee, but we all know I know, right, Daniel Martins? We all know I'm not a fan of like chimpanzees. For those that are new to the community, I really wish all chimpanzees would just die. That'd be nice to me. I'd be willing to fund that. You know, that would be, if I ever ran for president, that'd be the first thing I would want. I would say the first thing we're going to do is we're going to hunt down every fucking chimpanzee in the world. Okay. That's that. And then that is, okay. Anyway, just kidding. I wouldn't kill all the chimpanzees. I'm just scared of chimpanzees. I don't want to be near a chimpanzee. They scare me.
There, but he could smell those peanuts. And he crept over to the top of that bucket. He peered down inside, and he saw that layer.
I hate all of you, especially you, Jay Williams, and you, Outer Signal, and you, LaCroix. It is not a fucking dog whistle, and you know it's not a dog whistle, okay?
Of peanuts that looked so delicious.
I can smell them now.
Yes. And so he took his hand and he pressed it down inside that.
Oh my God, he's putting it in the hole to get the nuts? Okay.
Tiny hole. He could barely fit his hand down inside that hole.
You know it,
After
Biscuit.
it was there, then he gathered up all the peanuts that his little hand could hold.
Ew.
Then he began to pull his hand out of the hole, but surprised. He was surprised indeed, for his hand would not come out of that hole. He pulled and he tugged and he yanked and he pulled, but he
Okay, that sounds sexual.
could not
Sorry.
free his
Do I have a dirty mind? It's okay,
hand
Daniel
from the
Martins.
hole in
Everything's
that
fine.
bucket. For you see, he was hanging on to the peanuts. If he would only let go of those peanuts, then he would have been able to pull his hand out of the bucket.
What?
And he would have been saved. But he had a great appetite for peanuts, and his greed and his
What the
appetite.
fuck is this story supposed to be? What are we learning here? What the fuck are we learning?
For those peanuts was setting the trap, and now he was very strongly caught. Well, Mebosa the hunter saw that the trap had been sprung, and so very
Mebosa the hunter.
boldly he walked
Please don't tell me Mebosa the hunter is a white guy.
right out of the jungle where he had carefully hidden himself. He had a club in his hand, and Coco saw him coming. He knew the danger that was near. He knew
Oh my God, that's terrifying. That is terrifying. Look how scared that disgusting creature is.
that death was very near him, but he would not let go of those peanuts.
Okay, that's disturbing.
Mebosa the hunter came and he raised the club up in the air. And then very swiftly and surely the club found its way.
What the fuck? What the fuck just happened? What is the point of this story? If you put your hand in a hole and you don't let go of the nuts, some hunter is gonna come and kill you? What the fuck is this point? What is the point of this?
To little Coco. And Coco lay very still.
It's not a chimpanzee, Thelonious. It looks more like an orangutan, okay?
His hand still grasped the peanuts.
Oh my
inside the
God!
bucket. You see, he would not let go.
That
You
took a
wouldn't
dark
let
turn.
go?
No, he wouldn't, Buzz. If he would have only let go of those peanuts, if he would have just
The bird's like, why couldn't I have been killed?
been willing to let go. But he was not willing. He held strong. And you see, he ignored his own good sense. He ignored his sense of danger.
Are you
his
serious, Death Die Today? You got the exact same lesson as a Mormon child? That's terrifying.
instincts and the teachings that his mother and
Learn from this, Jonas, I swear to God.
father had given him. He ignored them for his appetite of peanuts. You see, we as humans have something better than good sense. We have the guidance of God's Holy Spirit that helps us to be aware of Satan's traps and Satan's snares that he sets before us. And as Satan sets traps and snares to catch us in his grasp, the Holy Spirit says, no. Shun those things.
We have a troll, Jay Sizzle. Being a liberal isn't about being stupid. It's about showing the world how proud you are to be stupid. That is so funny, Jay Sizzle, because you clearly don't know what a liberal is. So hilarious to me that you're accusing quote unquote liberals of being stupid, but you have no idea what a liberal is. To me, that's pretty fucking stupid. Okay. Wow, I love that. Some of the dumbest people are the people that think that they're the most right at any given point. It's really funny. Jay says, well, if you want to come in here and troll, I would recommend that you at least know what you're fucking saying, okay? Because it's really humiliating if you try to troll and then say something that's completely unfactual and not true. There you go. That's it.
Resist those
Continuing with the show.
things. Resist the temptations of Satan. And as we
There
accept
is no moral
God's
in the
help,
story, folks.
and as we let go, with God's help, Jesus said, if the Son therefore shall make you free, ye shall be free indeed. And maybe some of us have been caught in those traps, caught in Satan's snare. But if we will accept Jesus' help, then we can be set free.
Unless, Jay Sizzle, unless you're talking about it from a left-wing perspective. Okay. All right. Oh, they called me zesty. That was fun. Okay. Let's see here. American first. When you stand before God, you cannot say, but I was told by others to do thus or that virtue was not convenient at the time. This will not suffice. Remember that. Thank you, America first. What is it with all these fucking trolls we have in here all of a sudden? Okay. Jesus Christ. America first. Go fuck yourself. Okay. In your fucking fascist cult. Thank you.
We'll let go of the things of the world and accept God's help. We will be free. Free indeed.
You know, kids, that was kind of a sad story, wasn't it? But the fact is, it's a true story. Things like that really happen. And
ew, what the fuck are they? What is the lesson here? Don't enjoy shit, you'll get
told
beaten
that
to
story
death.
about the monkey. It reminded me a lot of times of us.
Maybe
that silly little monkey should have known.
Is that true? The good troll, even though you're literally called the good troll. Now, don't ban the person. Guys, this is actually funny. So the good troll, you're not a troll, or you're not, even though you're called the good troll. You're gonna need to explain that one to me, the good troll, okay?
Known better than to keep hanging on to those peanuts, because he knew it was sure death if he did. But he just kept hanging on. And a lot of us sometimes hang on to the things of the world that we know are wrong. You know, we ask questions, is it right to go to a rock and roll concert? Or is it right to miss church to do things? Or is it right just to try alcoholic beverage? Or maybe just to try a little drugs because everybody's doing it? You know, we ask ourselves these things, is it right to do these? Is it okay just to try? But we begin to hang on to those things, and it is so wrong. It is so wrong. We need to be willing to let go. We need to learn that God has to be first in our life, above everything else.
That's creepy. Mayflower Kid, I don't know who did. Maybe Outer Signal, but Jay Sizzle should have been gone. I'm guessing that Jay Sizzle, well, it might be that Jay Sizzle was a lefty, but I suspect that they were not. Maybe I overreacted. It doesn't fucking matter. I don't care.
Like Pickles told us earlier, God's got to be number one. And poor old Esau traded the wealth of his father.
Thank you,
he's going to be hungry that very night. But he's traded it off now, forever.
These kids are so fucking bored. It's so funny.
Many people here trade off what God has for
It did, Outer Signal.
I don't care how young you are, how old you are, where you're at, where you live, what your status is.
So am I, Bisky.
God loves you, and he's paid the same price for you that he did for me, or that he did for any of us. He gave.
Okay, this is so fucking boring. This is so weird. These kids, I love how bored the
his
kids
son,
look. Like
Jesus, his life.
Shut up.
And so God cares for us so much. And he wants us to be willing to let go of the things of the world, to put him number one in our life where he really deserves. And if we will do that, God promises that he will make us his children. Just as we pray and ask God to forgive us of the things that we have done wrong, and we invite Jesus to come into our life, that moment,
this is triggering.
that very moment, we become a child of
Executed
God.
without trial.
And I know some of you right now have been thinking, you know, God's really not number one in my life. He's not where he should be in my heart and in my life, but I want to make him that way today. I see how important.
How many kids do you think he's molested?
It is.
I'm guessing about a dozen. That would be my guess.
To let go of the things of the world. And I see how important it is to make sure that Jesus is number one. I want to pray with you. We're going to pray right now here at the Powerhouse Club, and I want to pray with you. And I believe you're going to say this prayer with me. And I believe that you're going to become a child of God today, right there where you're at. It can happen. Let's pray together right now and ask God to help us to live for him, to help us let go of the things of the world. Thank you for praying with me, kids. Let's do it. Our Heavenly Father,
Oh God,
we
they're
love
praying
you.
together. Listen,
we-
guys, listen. I guess there's nothing wrong with prayer. I do not believe in this shit. Okay, I'm an atheist.
Thank you, Jesus,
whatever,
for giving your life for
Yawn.
us, so that we might be forgiven.
By the way, guys, can we just can I like make a point here? Can I make a point here? Why are we okay with human sacrifice? Okay, let me reframe this. Why are Christians okay with human sacrifice? You do know that that's like the whole basis. Listen, I'm a former Christian, so I can say this shit. The whole idea that Jesus died on the cross as a human sacrifice to save everyone else from their sins is kind of dark. And you don't even think of it that way. That seems to be kind of a backwards way of viewing things. Like this random guy. No, it's okay. Outer signal. Don't unban. This random guy. Apparently, I think it's immoral to sacrifice someone else for what you think were things you did. That's kind of like scapegoating, for one thing. Second of all, why would God do a human sacrifice to himself, of himself, in order to cure us of a condition he put on us for the action of two people from the beginning of time that we don't even know? That's literally the belief, guys. It's literally the belief. The belief is because Jesus is God, God sacrificed himself to himself to save us from the curse he put on us for the crime of Adam and Eve. Hmm. Kind of weird. Kind of weird there. Kind of weird. It doesn't really make too much sense there to me. But hey, believe what you want. As Dolly Boy says, because he works in mysterious ways. Oh God, that's what they say. Anyway, that's true, Promethean Rebel. As Sir Bart says, CR, you're starting to sound un-American. Oh, oopsie, whoopsie. Okay, anyway, doesn't really make sense. Okay, yeah, no, it doesn't, Jester. Blind faith is the best, absolutely. So I'm just saying, kind of a weird theology there, to say that his son died for our sins, but at the same time to say that he was God. So is he? And by the way, one of these days I'll do a stream on the heresies of the early Catholic Church, which we can talk about some of the shit that they debated. Okay. What I've tried to understand is how we are still of sin if that saved us all from original sin. It doesn't make sense, Jonas, right? If we've all been saved from sin, then how can we still sin? Certainly seems like the sacrifice of Jesus was for nothing. By the way, also, if you're going to do a giant sacrifice of yourself to yourself to save people from a crime you put on them, from the crime of other people, weird how, like, people in China didn't hear about that, right? People in islands in Polynesia didn't hear about that. Seemed like people in North and South America didn't hear about that until a lot later, right? And then it was only brought there through force and genocide. So it's kind of like, well, God must not be that bright. God must kind of have a few screws loose or made a big fucking mistake there. Didn't seem to work very well, did it? God does, okay, if I'm saying if that's what God did, then there might be something wrong with God. I'm just saying, not to be rude, okay? I'm not trying to blaspheme. I'm just saying, okay, whatever, it's fine.
Given of the sin in our life. Father, we realize Satan has put so many traps and snares before us, and some of us, God, have taken those things and been hanging on to them, the things of the world. And God, we feel trapped. We feel like there's no way out.
Look, I hate you so much.
But Jesus, you promised that you would set us free if we would just ask you to. So right now, Father God, we ask.
No, Bisky, listen, guys. I'm going to say something that might bother some people in here who are religious. Please forgive me. Just try to examine, if it does bother you, try to imagine where those emotions come from, okay? Bisky says, and it makes me feel a bit bad for the devil because he didn't really get a second chance, and now that he is alone, even though he is evil. Interesting. You know what's funny about the devil? He was kind of the good guy. Because he literally was like, maybe we shouldn't blindly believe this dictatorial God figure. And maybe, like, that's not what we should do. We shouldn't fully blindly believe this authoritarian God figure who tells us to believe just to believe. He's kind of right, which, by the way, is why that was maybe too dark to say. Listen, is why that is the perception given of the devil, because the worst thing for the Christian faith is people questioning it. So that has to be the worst thing you can do, is question God, question the faith, right? Because that is also that shows you what they think is the worst possible thing, not having blind faith, because that's the only way you can get people to believe that shit. All right. Anyway, yeah, Le Quabois, I mean, according to the devil story, he was banished from heaven for not bowing to humanity because he didn't want to bow to anything but God himself. Yes, so there is also this, that is true, Lacroix. There's also the idea of like pride, that the devil was prideful and stuff like that. But the basis of that story is that he didn't listen to God's command. He didn't do what God wanted. Okay. There are different interpretations of it. That is fair. Okay. Okay. So that is fair. Boop. All right. Yes, he is the archetype of the he is the archetype of the cosmic rebel. Yes. As a matter of fact, guys, there was an early newspaper. There was an early newspaper in America. It was an anarchist newspaper, and it was called Lucifer the Lightbringer, because it was talking about how Lucifer was like the free thinker who was like not blindly obeying God. Okay. Um, okay. Oh, I got you. That's fair, Lacroix. I could be wrong. Okay. Anyway, so I'm just saying, maybe the good guy all along was the devil. Anyway, I'm just saying, okay, the devil went down to Georgia. I heard the tale on the radio once. There you go.
Ask you to forgive us of all sin.
I love that. Sir Bart says, the Pope will hear about this. Okay, great, Sir Bart. I'm so scared.
All wrong. Anything that we've ever done wrong that has been in disobedience to you, forgive us, Lord. We pray right now that we could become your children, that we don't have to wait till we get to heaven. We don't have to wait till we're a certain age, but we become your children right now as we pray and ask you. Father?
Yeah, it is, Weird Morris Blob. Again, it's a very common thing in anarchist interpretive religion. Bakunin said the same thing in God and the State. Yes, he did, okay?
I trust right now that many who are watching have said yes to you and have accepted you as their personal Savior. And I pray that the power of the Holy Spirit will give them strength to let.
So someone in here says, Roy B9940, Trump is the Antichrist described in Scripture. Only Jesus saves. Read your Bible. Trump is the Antichrist, boastful little horn. Then Roy followed up by saying Isaiah 14:12 is about the king of Babylon, not Satan. Okay, you know what, Roy? I agree with you. Trump is the Antichrist. Praise Jesus. Trump is the fucking Antichrist. I agree with you. Bless you, brother. Bless you. Let's go on.
Go of the things of the world and to put you number one in their life.
Or sister.
Jesus,
or they,
I thank
them.
you for this time that we've had together. I thank you for your message and for your word. And I pray, oh God, right now, that you would bless and touch and strengthen those who have prayed. And we give you thanks in Jesus' wonderful name. Amen.
Amen.
Oh my God, look at this fucking thing at the top. That's terrifying. What is that? Is that a fucking, that's a really fucking weird looking thing. It's terrifying. Anyway. Okay. Jesus Christ, that's terrifying. Ugh, all right. Yeah, that is Satan. That's what I think Satan is. Okay. Let's go on. That video brought out some emotions. You know, Jay Williams, you know you're trying to trigger me. That's all you do. Okay? Pet Gone Bad loves videos like this. These are Pet Gone Bad's favorite type of videos, right? Pet Gone Bad? Okay, guys. Let's see what else we got here. Right. It was very moving. Thank you, Pet Gone Bad. I'm glad you liked it. I know I'm so I like bowling Pet Gone Bad. All right. I don't fucking know, guys. I don't fucking know. Bum 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 bum. What is this? This was sent to us by Louise.
Hello, dear British people. Please, I implore you, listen to me. This is very important, as indicated by my most boring suit and tie combination. Yeah, okay? It is this time of year again where you are seeking a new prime minister. Yeah, your annual tradition.
1 second. We can watch. This is short. This is 7 minutes. It's called Dear Britain, and it might be about the fascism that's rising in Britain. Bye-bye, Goopertarian. Oh, no, I'm sorry. You're not leaving. You're just asking the Mussolini segment. Yes, we did that earlier. We did that. We finished up the Mussolini segment earlier, okay? All right. So, guys, citizen vigilante. So let's watch this. I don't know what he's going to say. We'll find out.
Hello, dear British people.
No, I'm sorry, Goopertarian. Don't leave. I love you. I love you, Goopertarian.
Please, I implore you, listen to me. This is
Weird, guys. We got so many trolls today. That's a good sign, isn't it? And it gave me a way to express my emotions and yell at people to make myself feel better, okay? So I'm happy about it, all right? Goopertarian, yes, I know you're messing with me, okay?
very important. As
I love abusing you, Jay Williams. That's all I do is abuse the community all the time.
indicated
Mithril,
by
hello,
my most
Mithril.
boring suit and tie combination. Yeah, okay. It is this time of year again where you are seeking a new prime minister. Yeah, your annual tradition, it seems. And I would like to put myself forward for the position, if you would hear me out. Seeing as you have had in the last 16 years almost
Good, okay. Good, the good troll. You're very suspicious, but I'll let you stay. You can stay. We'll see what the good troll does. We'll see what the good troll does.
almost as many prime ministers as Manchester United have had managers. I think it's time, like the England team, that you put a German in charge, yeah? So please, consider this my list of qualifications, things I would like to do with the country, all of those sorts of things. This is obviously the official manner in which we do these things, popularity contests online. So I figured, why not just throw my hat into the ring, okay? I mean, first things first, I have absolutely zero idea how you balance a budget in any way. So I think this makes me extremely qualified to do the job just like everybody else. But unlike everybody else, the first thing I will do is to renationalize the most important of British things, Cadbury's. Yes, Cadbury's will become a British government-owned company, and we will ensure that the recipe goes back to being good. One of the good things about me is that I'm always wearing these bloody sunglasses, yeah? So you can't read me, ever. You never know what I'm thinking. I'm very good at hiding my internal thoughts and not in any way revealing my internal monologue. In terms of upstandingness, I am virtually incorruptible, yeah. I say virtually because yeah, I will not take your cash or your fancy cars or your houses, but if you are from Denmark and a representative of Lego, well, I will fold. Yeah, if you offer me a large
Wait,
enough
I don't get it. So he's running for, what is he doing? I missed it. He's running for office?
set. I won't take like the 30-pound sets. It needs to be like the big 600-pound sets of Lego.
Oh, instead of the reform guy, instead of Nigel Farage. Okay.
Yeah, then we can talk, and I will fiddle the books and stuff and do what needs to be done for the benefit of Lego kind. Bin day, not normally, a national issue, but I will work very hard to make sure bin day is the same day for everybody. So no matter who you ask, they can tell you what day bin day is. You won't have to go scrambling for, I don't know what day the bin day is on my street, but I know on their street it's this day. And none of this nonsense, it'll be the same day for
why would
everybody. And then we can hire more bin people and they can have more time off, like 6 days a week, because it's only one day they need to do the thing. And we won't pay them less because that's cruel. So I think if you are one of the bin people, then you should vote for me. Look, I know a lot of people talk about the super rich and we should tax them. That's like, there's nothing else to expand on, And the ones that really, really want to go to space and like they're doing it for humankind, I understand. We will help them go to space.
True.
Disputes in Parliament, although it's hilarious to see when people are quippy, I do think that we should have like slapping contests or like slapsies, where you slap the hands. And
why does it keep pausing? Stop pausing, I swear to God.
The person who gives up first, has to concede to my will and power. The tea alarm shall be increased with frequency because right now, British people, you are losing in the consumption of tea to the Irish, and that's
true.
Hilarious. But you should try harder. There will be more swans. We will introduce more swans There will be as many swans as geese. Actually, no, there will be as many swans as pigeons, and it has nothing to do with
There
the
you go,
royal
Prometheus.
family. Yeah, it is just that my last name is Swan, and I am vain. So yeah, more swans, please. In addition to the cat at Downing Street that is outlasting all of the national leaders of this country, I think we should introduce an arch nemesis to the cat, and we should introduce something like, you know, a mouse. It has a shorter life expectancy, but I've seen Tom and Jerry. It is very funny. This country loves school uniforms, so I'm deciding that they should be more traditional. Yeah, so everyone will go back to the style of wearing full plate armor to school. Yeah, that way you can joust and fight with swords and everything.
By the way, the era of history where there were full suits of armor was actually a very short era of history. It didn't last that long. It's so funny. We all have this image of like these knights in shining armor, but it wasn't that long of a period that people actually wore full armor.
Everyone will be safe. It will be fantastic, and people will literally fling things at you, and they will just like bounce right off of you. It is metaphorical and literal, and it is therefore beautiful.
Yeah,
Look, as
Sir
you may
Bart.
have guessed from the things that are behind me, I am super nerdy. So yeah, Lord of the Rings will be annual compulsory reading for everybody. I don't care. I will even read it to you if you need me to, because it must be read every year. Sometimes you must remember who the bad guys.
He has D&D books back here. Dungeons and Dragons books.
Going back to taxing the rich, look, I know, okay, I made it sound simple, but I have a plan, okay? It's not just going to be, oh, we will take your money. What we will do is we will come up with the things that rich people like to spend their money on, which is usually things that make them feel better than everyone else. Yeah, so we will invent a new sort of premium citizenship, yeah, where you pay a lot of money to be a citizen of the country, and you just get to tell people that. Yeah, there are literally no benefits, but you get to pay for the privilege of saying that you do pay more.
By the way, Trump did that unironically. He created a different
For citizenship.
gold citizenship, so you can literally pay to become a citizen now.
Yeah? Okay, I think this is a good idea. Also, I don't really want to move house like I like where I'm living, so I will work remotely, and I think we can turn Downing Street into some sort of petting zoo. Yeah, you know, so there's already the cat, so
No, he
maybe
isn't,
we have a
Bisky.
couple of those tiny little horses and some goats that chew on you and headbutt you and stuff, and like
I
some
got you,
rabbits,
Mithra.
you know, just kind of jumping
Yeah, he totally lied about how many of the gold versions he sold.
around, and obviously at night.
That's actually a good point, Lacroix. That's actually a good point.
They can go and live inside the
He formalized it, Lacroix. He formalized it.
building, you know, because otherwise the foxes will come and get them. So, you know, I'm not completely nonsensible
true.
with this idea, but I think, yeah, why not? What else are we really doing with it? Anyway, if you made it this far, then you must really want me to be prime minister. So I implore you, please, yeah, do something about it. I have no idea how to do it. And to be honest with you, it is probably way beyond my effort grade. Like, I'm not really going to
Hello,
try
Matt Singer.
because I'm super lazy and I have like other things to do with my life, like, you know, my laundry and tidying and cleaning. Like, I don't have
I am
time to
backing
run the country for you, but
Binface too.
unless you do something about it, yeah, then I will happily make decisions on behalf of everybody else and tell them how to live their life to the best and fullest without once lifting my own fingers, because no thank you. But yeah, if you are here, thank you for listening to this mad ramble. But yeah, okay, thank you. Goodbye.
Jesus Christ. Thank you, Louise. Okay. The fuck?
It's Pride Month, so put on the gayest.
Tom McDonald owns a pride flag.
I don't even want to deal with Tom McDonald right now. I don't even want to deal with Tom McDonald right now. That was like an accident, and I really don't want to deal with it. I don't want to deal with that right now. Okay, we're not going to deal with that right now. Okay, you know what? I don't know what the
Why
fuck
do you
that
think it's the
was,
best
but we're
country
not
on
dealing with it, okay? We're not fucking dealing with that. All right, so that was just popped up. It just popped up. Forgive me, folks. I didn't mean to traumatize anyone. Didn't mean to fucking traumatize anyone. Okay, so listen. Ben faces the guy dressed as a bin in the UK and is running for office. Yes, he has like a bin head, and he's like a jester, so he's like jesting by running. Okay. We actually we'll watch a little bit of this. So this is the good liars again, who I'm addicted to. I like watching them interview the Trump people because the Trump people are fucking lunatics. So let's watch it. Yeah, it's like Vermin Supreme, Mayflower Kid. So let's, well, yeah, excuse me, you're right, Sir Bart. Count Binface. And he is running against Nigel Farage. He's the only one running against Nigel Farage in their by-election. So, okay. First, BB, I know, I don't mean to, Dolly Boy, forgive me. I don't know, okay? I don't know which one I like more. I know, right? Well, I think Binface I like more right now because he actually has a chance of stopping the rise of a fascist. So, okay. Yes, yo, we did. We hung out at the Jester convention. Of course, Thelonious, okay? There's guys, one of these days I will go to a Jester convention and I'll make sure to live stream it, okay? Because we love Jester conventions. I am a Jester. For those who don't know that are new to the community, I literally will wear a Jester outfit occasionally because I'm a fucking Jester. Okay, I have a Jester hat, I have a Jester collar, I put on Jester makeup. I haven't put on Jester makeup for a while, have I? I hope my community isn't too mad at me for not putting on Jester makeup for a while. Chairman Bart said, clown, more like it. Go and fuck yourself. Go and fuck yourself, Sir Bart. How dare you? I am not a fucking clown. I'm a Jester. Anyway, I don't know if there is a Jester convention. There probably is. Right, I should save my skin. I do have a Jester medal now too, Mayflower Kid, correct. But what I really need is I need a really high quality, I hate you, LaQual. I need a really high quality Jester outfit. I don't have one yet. Okay, the clown convention. I hate you, Thelonious. No, Promethean Rebel, that's the whole point. Historically, jesters were the only ones that were legally allowed to publicly critique people in power. So they would wear these outfits and be called fools so that people in power could dismiss them. Oh, well, that's just what the fool says, right? But they had a serious role, and that was they would also be responsible for giving news to a king in a funny way so they wouldn't get too mad. So they would critique the kings, queens. They would say things to their face that other people couldn't say, and they would do it in a funny way. So they would be the ones who could speak truth to power, and that's why I am a Jester, okay? So, all right, let's watch this. God help us.
Look at us, and look at all of you, and look at everybody around here. Cannot get better.
Yes,
it can only get even more MAGA.
Ew.
All right.
No,
so there you
seriously,
have
they
it.
were the original social critics.
Heat stroke may be getting to some people here.
Oh, there is, Jonas. They're not called fascist conventions, but there are right-wing conventions, like very far right. Everyone ready to watch the fascists? It'll be fun. Yay!
Who am I talking to right now?
Yeah. Everyone should be excited.
Abe.
God, stop it. Stop it. We just watched the movie Lincoln. Can we stop dressing up like Abraham Lincoln? These fucking idiots. Oh my God, I hate it so much. I hate it so much when these magats dress up like Abraham Lincoln. Good hit, Dolly Boy. Good hit. They're so fucking stupid.
And what do you think about the state of the nation right now?
We're chilling.
We're chilling?
We're chilling.
Is it too divided?
About what?
About everything, about day-to-day issues.
I was way more divided back in the day.
And you would know?
I should know.
Yeah. What's your advice about bringing the country back together?
More beers.
Every state has...
Great. That's what Lincoln would have answered, guys. You know what Lincoln would have answered if you asked Lincoln what's the way to bring the country back together? Blood, steel, and gunpowder. That's what he would have said. He would have said it's time to crush the fucking traitors and forcibly bring them back into the Union and abolish slavery through force. Okay, he wouldn't have said, bears! That's the way to bring the country back together. Bears! Okay, great.
Different rules. Every state has different voting systems. However, the software is all the same. Who invented it? Maduro and Chavez.
They invented this voting software. Is that real?
They paid for it all. The inventors.
Totally, Sir Barton. He would have said it in a clever, homey, funny way.
They're also in prison right now. They're
What?
They're going to be, what do you call them? Whistleblowers. Sorry, it's really hot out today.
It is. It's the hottest July 4th ever in D.C.
Also a little strange.
What do you mean by that?
Uh-oh.
I personally think the weather was manipulated.
Oh, great. I'm so excited to hear this. Right, there's some weather machine that the Democrats are using to control the weather. All right. Probably LaCroix. Like fucking lunatics, all of them.
What's that mean?
Oh.
I had hope for like half a second. I'm like, oh my God, is she going to acknowledge climate change? But boy, I should stop having hope.
Landed on the moon first. And does that mean we own it? Yep. The United States owns the moon? Dibs. Roll dibs. All right.
Come on, say one word.
That is such a fucking American thing. You have literally have a shirt that says dibs on it and has a picture of the moon. Oh my fucking God, I'm gonna lose my mind.
Hello is the word here on July 4th. We got a hello.
Okay,
I've been
Drizella,
saying
thank you.
howdy a lot today. I don't know why. The 250th anniversary of the United States of America is bringing the howdy
Maybe, Jonas.
out in me. Howdy, everyone. I'm saying howdy to people.
Oh, howdy. Jesus, I say to people. Jesus.
I'm saying howdy, you're saying Jesus?
There's a lot of sinners out here today. We need to rebuke them.
And when you say rebuke someone,
Jesus.
what does that mean? What does that actually
Oh, these are the anti-abortion people. Great. Guys, it's like a fucking clown show.
Tell them
It's
that
like
they're
a
wicked
fucking clown car.
and that they
you
need-
keep thinking that the clowns are going to stop coming out of the little car, but there's so many of them in there. And like how the fuck did they all fit in there? That's what this is.
To stop sinning against God or they'll go to hell.
How many times have you been to an event and rebuked people?
More times than I can count.
And how many people have accepted that and then been rebuked? Like how many?
More than 20.
You know how many
Exactly,
Noah-
Dolly Boy. Oh my God.
How many was saved with Noah?
Like 6 people?
8.
So on no.
Yeah, Mayflower.
And he preached for over 100 years.
So you brought up Noah's Ark.
I'm sorry, who preached for over 100 years?
God famously, he killed everyone on Earth except for 8 people. Was that what you said?
Yep.
But oh my God, the inbreeding must have been crazy. Christ, if you think about it that way, Noah's Ark, does that mean like Noah's sons were all fucking each other and like fucking his daughters and shit? Like that's kind of fucked up. Was Noah like having sex with his children? Like that's kind of a weird thing to think about. The more you think about it, like was there anyone? Yeah, right. That's what would have to happen, right? Not only that, all the fucking animals would have been inbred too, if you think about it. Like. The fucking dragonflies would be fucking their like, their offspring and shit. That's not really good. That kind of seems like a fucked up problem to have. I feel like things would look a lot different today if everyone was massively inbred because of that. Okay.
You think God is pro-life?
Yes.
I think people need to.
Got a flyover. Oh, there we go.
Oh my God. Here comes the excitement over the military weapons flying over.
Hey, look at the planes. Yeah.
Yay! Imagine if you're in a different part of the world and you hear American planes falling over. I really doubt people are going to be cheering for that.
That's so cool. Look at the planes go. So what can we do to unite the country?
I think, as a whole, Democrat, Republican, whatever your affiliation is, I think people need to.
Oh, I know, Thelonious. There's lots of incest in the Bible. A lot of incest in the Bible. A lot of sexual assault in the Bible. A lot of incest in the Bible.
Sit back and take a.
Look, Wobble, sounds like freedom, right? All those freedom bombs.
Hard look at what they think makes America great. What is it about all of us that makes America great? And we all need to find that common ground. And I think
of our veterans.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think everyone would agree with that, to be honest.
That's a big one. I don't think you'll find too many people on either side of the aisle who disagree with you on that. But are they passing laws that really does help the veterans? Are they passing laws that really does help?
Trump isn't.
People who need help. And I don't know.
Americans.
People are starting to get
Americans.
I don't know, panicked or something. The streets have been shut down. I don't know if this was the plan,
Maybe,
but the line has been routed around here, a bunch of yellow tape.
Today's my birthday. Today's America's birthday.
Is it really? Your birthday's the hottest July 4th in D.C. history.
Yeah, right?
Oh my God.
America!
Look at that!
I know, right?
But should we be a little more worried about climate change or not?
I don't. Why?
It's the hottest July 4th in D.C. history.
So what?
There you have it. The hottest July 4th.
What is wrong with you, Pet Gone Bad? What the fuck is wrong with you? No one is happy. No one is happy about this. You're the only one that is happy about seeing all these MAGA people, okay? There is something deeply concerning about you, Pet Gone Bad. I really do not know. Okay, well, this is deeply concerning, Pet Gone Bad. Shame on you. Shame on you. You disgust me, Pet Gone Bad. I'm kidding. I love you, Pet Gone Bad. You know I love you. Okay.
Happy, happy, happy. Happy, 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 happy.
Dolly Boy? Dolly Boy, remember how you asked me earlier? Do you hate me, Casual? Do you hate me? Oh my God. Oh my God. Does Casual hate me? And I said, no, I don't. I do now. I do now, Dolly Boy. I really fucking hate you, Dolly Boy. Anyway. Okay, let's go on.
In history in D.C., is climate change real?
No.
Is it hot today?
Yes, very hot.
Is climate change real?
You're not going to make me sad, Dolly Boy. I have become inured to your attempt at emotional blackmail. You hear me? I've become inured to it. Inured to it. Okay, I'm not happy anymore then. Dolly Boy, don't say that. Now I feel bad. I hate it. I hate it. Okay, I'm not a nerd to it. The emotional blackmail is working. I hate you. I hate you. I hate you. Okay, I hate you.
Okay, there you have it. It's feeling very
Right,
real
Thelonious.
today, though.
With Trump
I have
today.
become a nerd. Okay, that's so funny. We're with blonde.
Do you think there's going to be a message of unity?
Fucking God, Dolly Boy, can I get through 30 seconds of the fucking video? I mean, I'm sorry, Dolly Boy. Thank you for the contribution. I'm glad you're happy, Dolly Boy. Nothing makes me happier than knowing that you're happy, okay? Really keeps me up at night thinking you might not be happy, Dolly Boy. Who the fuck was that? Was it LaQuabois? Fuck you, LaQuabois. Whatever. I'll target fucking Dolly Boy if I want to fucking target Dolly Boy. Okay? Jesus fucking Christ. You're fucking right, I do, Dolly Boy. Jesus. Okay, you know what? It's fine. It's fine. I love all of you very much. I love all of you very much. None of you ever did anything wrong. There's zero problems here. Zero problems here. Okay. Outer Signal? I swear to fucking God, Outer Signal. What the fuck is wrong with all of you? I expected better from you, Outer Signal. I'm going to have to give you a teacher talk. I expected better from you. I'm very disappointed in you, Outer Signal. Very disappointed in you. Okay? I'm going to have to call your parents. This is unacceptable behavior. Heck on that! What the fuck are you doing? I swear to God, question. I've always wondered, Peck Gone Bad, if I were to take a bite out of that fuck. I swear to fucking God. Who the fuck did that? Was that Dolly Boy? Dolly Boy? Dolly Boy. Not all of us enjoy getting golden showers. Maybe you do. I know you're a big fan of stuff like that, but not all of us enjoy getting pissed on, okay? Not everyone gets aroused sexually by having urine sprayed all over them. So that was rude, okay? Maybe don't show your kinks, don't so obviously show your kinks to the rest of the class. All right. Okay, you know what? Let's go on. Let's go on. We got to you all are I'm going to lose my goddamn mind. That's it. I'm putting chat in timeout. I'm putting chat in timeout. Chat is going in timeout. You're gone. You're gone. You're gone. You're gone. You're in timeout. You're no longer on my screen. You're gone. Now we no longer have mixed chat on the screen. Until you all calm the fuck down, that chat is in timeout. Okay? Chat is in timeout. Okay? So
oh no. Oh no.
Get that fucking chimpanzee off my screen. Get that fucking chimpanzee off my screen. Okay? Someone get a high-powered assault rifle. Okay? Someone
Huh? Huh?
YouTube chat, we love you. Don't let him divide us. Dolly Boy! Fuck you. YouTube chat is completely divided from the rest of you. Okay? It is your fault. It is all your fault. Shame on you. Bisky says, I hope you guys are okay with my weird taste in men. We're not. All right? We done? Are we done? Are we done? Is everyone calm now? Is everyone better? Everyone better? No, you guys can't see each other anymore. You all can't see each other anymore. I will continue this for the next 3 hours if I have to. I will gladly just sit here with your names blacked out on the screen, having a grand old time by... I'm sorry, YouTube chat. Yeah, that's damn right you're sorry, Dolly boy. Damn right you're sorry. And Jonas says this is exactly what Mussolini would have done. No, I'm going to be a lot meaner than Mussolini here pretty soon. Okay, just to let you know. Are we good? We done? Mithril, no, Mithril.
Mass attack starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mass attack.
I have to jog, so I'll do that while you guys are doing a mass attack. Mithril said that his surgery is hurting from all the laughing, okay? God damn it. I will jog. Is no one going to do a mass attack? Good. I'm glad. You're all too weak to do a mass attack. You're all too fucking weak and pathetic, okay? Where's the mass attack? I don't see a mass attack. You know, you could, it's not working. Aw, that's a shame. What a shame. Okay, it must be broken. That's a shame. Okay, so anyway, I'm going to put the chat back up. Okay, I'm going to put the chat back up. But you all better behave. Better? We better? You better? Oh, what a shame. That was God, because God is on my side, right? God is on my side. And that's what happens. That is God being on my side. Okay, Ice says the teacher crash out is kind of turning me on. You disgust me, Ice. Ew, God, disgusting. You all sicken me. You all fucking sicken me. Okay, anyway, this rhetoric is kind of scary, Goopertarian. I don't care, Goopertarian. I don't care. Are we done now? Are we done? Are we done? We good now? We okay now? All right, we're done with it. All right. We all happy now? Good. Let's get back to the fucking good. It is finished. Good. Let's get back to the fucking show. All right?
Absolutely. Trump
hate all of you so fucking much.
is unity. If the leftists would give him a fair presentation on the media and say what's really going on. I mean, I'm a Bill Maher fan. I think he's funny as shit. But even
Second person that said that today.
To be clear, folks, to be clear, if you think I won't remember who engaged in this rebellion, I will remember. I will remember. I'll remember each and every one of you. Everyone who engaged in that, I'll remember. I have a long memory. Very long memory. You understand me? Very long.
But even Bill Maher doesn't tell the whole story because he's got an audience to feed. But I love Bill Maher. He's funny as shit. But he also does not say the whole thing. I'm like, okay, Bill, now say this to your audience. And he never does.
I fucking hate you, LaCroix, and you, Jay Williams.
So the media, everybody knows they're 95% leftists. So why would you not think, okay, well, let's go get another perspective and let's think that there might be another answer to just all this rap, hate Trump, hate Trump, hate Trump, hate Trump, hate Trump. I mean, that's just insane.
Oh my God, that sounded like the pig competitions we watched. Remember we watched the pig call competition? She kind of sounded like one of those people. Like it sounded like one of the people trying to do a pig calling competition.
Realize your whole life is a lie because of this?
I hate Bill Maher. What the fuck do you mean?
No, God, please, no! 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 No, God! No, God, please, no! No! No!
That literally made me jump. That literally made me jump. Okay, well, I guess it was working there at the end. It was working. That, like, literally made me jump. I was kind of afraid. I was like, holy fuck. Jesus. Okay, well, apparently there was some backlash. Shut up. All of you shut the fuck up. You shut the fuck up, Matt Guy. Jay Williams, you shut the fuck. Don't you throw shit at my face. You shut the fuck up, Jay Williams. You shut the fuck up, Marzipan. You shut the fuck up, Tater Tot. You shut the fuck up, Outer Signal. You shut the fuck up, Thelonious Dunk. You all need to shut the fuck up. You hear me? Every last one of you. Shut the fuck up. Okay? Elevator lady, you shut the fuck up. Okay? Anyone else need to shut the fuck up? Pet gone bad, you shut the fuck up. Okay? We all done? We all done? Whatever, Marzipan. Fuck you anyway. Okay? Goopertarian, you shut the fuck up. We done with this? Dolly boy, you shut the fuck up. Bisky, you can shut the fuck up too. All right. Jesus fucking Christ. It's like a fucking classroom full of fucking kindergartners. Sweet Jesus Christ. Okay. All right. Finally, fucking tater tot. Finally, you get in trouble. It's still lagging. Oh, well. I don't know what's going on there. I can't control it, unfortunately. Hello, Glitchy. Hello, Glitchy. You haven't said anything yet, so I'll forgive you. Okay, Jonas, you shut the fuck up too, Jonas. You shut the fuck up. I'll marginalize whoever the fuck I want. You understand me? Okay, that sounded bad, but you know what I mean. Okay. All right. So is the attack button still being weird? This is a really fucking weird day. I'll tell you what. Okay, clip that. Shut the fuck up, Chairman Bart. You shut the fuck up. God. Let's continue.
Didn't just happen in 2020. The elections have been stolen since 2004. The hanging Chad was a psyop to get us all to go, we need electronic voting machines.
We are at the porta potties here, and you have to wonder what a porta potty looks like in 100+ degree weather in Washington, D.C. at the July 4th celebrations. Holy shit. Yeah, that's just exactly like what you would think it would look like.
If there's a climate change, why is the glacier still at the Glacier National Park?
There are so
Shut the fuck up. Oh my God, I
many
hate
fewer
her.
glaciers.
Okay, but why is the glacier still there?
I can literally smell those porta potties in my nose.
Is
I
it
swear.
hot today?
Hot as hell.
Is climate change real?
Nah, not really.
Great. Oh, wow. More American firepower on display. Great.
Wow.
That seems morally
moly.
good.
Fantastic. Yeah.
That can't help the climate much. Cutting through the line now, we're going to see what happens over here.
We love our Jesus and we love our country and we love our president.
You love your Jesus, your country, and your president. Is it in that order?
Always love Jesus first.
It's in there somewhere.
That's
Well, actually, Matt Saiga, I would. I mean, it'd be fun to ride in one of those jets as like a passenger, but I wouldn't want to fucking bomb anyone. It would still be really fucking funny. I mean, it'd be fun to ride in a very fast-moving jet. But no, I don't want to fly in a fucking B-2 bomber overflying a fucking parade, okay?
It's a given.
That's a given.
He is a given.
Okay. So it goes given.
God.
God.
God first.
No, so, but given is first.
God! What is happening with the fucking attack button? What the fuck is happening with the fucking chat? I'm so... Jesus Christ. Oh my God, if I get attacked one more time in ambush, I'm going to lose my fucking mind. Okay. Glitch X6. Laughing my ass off. These stupid Hicks think Titanic amounts of greenhouse gases being...
Il mio cappello è pieno di slim.
Okay, thank you, Jay Williams. Fuck you. Jesus. Okay, Glitchy says, don't dance, elevator. Okay. These stupid Hicks think titanic amounts of greenhouse gases being emitted into the atmosphere aren't going to trap heat. Yeah, because they're morons, Glitchy. You know, they're fascist. The idea behind fascism is however I view the world is how the world actually is. It doesn't matter what reality is. So yeah, that's fine.
President third.
We love our country. We love our country.
Country
we do
goes
anything for it.
after president.
And we love our military.
Wait, sorry.
Ew, what the fuck, Dolly boy? Okay, are we done? Are we done now, folks? I swear to God. I swear to God.
They're all together. President, country. We love the whole schmear. That's why.
Okay, so...
The whole schmear? Is that a thing? What the fuck does that mean?
Just to get it right one time. So, husband?
You weren't being funny, Dolly boy. Shame on you. Okay? Jesus.
Yes, sir.
Jesus first.
Jesus
Always
first.
Jesus first.
Jesus first.
Then
You were being funny, Dolly boy. By the way, I appreciate everyone who donated. You know it.
family.
Then family.
I hope you know, guys, I don't actually hate you. Well, some of you. Most of you I do actually hate. But, you know, most of you I do actually hate. But I don't actually hate all of you, all right? All right.
And which counts as husband,
Okay,
right?
fine, I'll dance.
Absolutely, yes.
And so Jesus, husband, family, then which? Trump or country?
It's the same. We love our...
Trump.
Trump is right on there with us with Washington.
What's fourth?
Friends. For me, friends.
Friends?
Lifelong friends. We've been
Okay, friends. That's good.
Man, it's got to be work. You know, it's got to be work.
Has to be work.
But grandbabies fits in with all of the family.
Because
too.
that was part of family, yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
So.
There, I'm done dancing.
So,
okay, I'm sorry. There's too much fucking going on right now, okay? First of all, thank you, LaCroix, for the gifted sub. Really, thank you for the gifted sub. I must have missed it because a lot was happening, LaCroix. So you're not allowed to cry because there was a lot fucking happening, okay? There was a lot fucking happening. So what the fuck do you expect to happen? Okay, anyway. We already did, Loy, so we already discussed that news, okay? So thank you, LaCroix. We're currently racing towards the conditions that resulted in the Permian-Triassic extinction event. Of course, Glitchy. We've actually exceeded a lot of extinction events already. In terms of number of species going extinct and things like that. That's a yeah, I don't know, like a schmear. I don't know what that was. Okay, you know what? What the fuck was that? I hate all of you so much. I'm like completely. There's too much happening in the chat. What the fuck? You can blame me LaCroix like the jester loves to. Is this a racist stereotype, Jay Williams? Did you just send me a racist stereotype, baby? What the fuck was that?
Patapim, il mio cappello è pieno di slim. Patapipi, patapipi, patapim, patapim, patapim.
Guys, we've always known that Jay Williams was a Klansman, but now we're certain of it, right? Hello, Texters Blanca. Do you remember when Jay Williams was like, "Hey guys, have you ever considered that the protocols of the Elders of Zion are real?" Do you remember when he said that? I do. I remember when he said it. That is a true and factual thing that happened, and I'm not making it up. I'm just kidding. He never said that. It's a joke, okay? Anyway, hello, elevator lady. Jay, what the fuck was that, elevator lady? You all need to calm the fuck down. Okay? I never did that, LaCroix. I never made it up. That's a lie, okay? I'm just kidding. He never said that, okay? It's a joke. Outer signal. Was that a threat? Outer signal? Oh my god, I hate all of you. We're never gonna get through anything today. We're never gonna get through anything. Oh, it's literally like a Chinese cartoon. I got it. Okay, but what the fuck, Jay Williams? You know what? Can we we need to have a talk as a community. I think we need to have a little bit of a talk. Okay, we need to have a little bit of a talk here, all right? Some of us seem to think, you know what, that's okay. We'll talk later, okay? We will talk. Yes, you are all in trouble. You're all deeply in trouble. You understand me? Okay? I know who did all this. I have all your names in my mind. I have all the names in my mind. Okay, it's gonna be a bad talk. Bisky, yo, you did plenty, Bisky. You did plenty. Yeah, Goobertarian, it's a bad talk. Yeah, you're all very much in trouble. Fuck all of you, and we're gonna finish this video. You do, huh? Go on, Jester. You know nothing. I'm Dolly Boy. Go on, Jester. You know nothing. Yeah, whatever, Dolly Boy. Okay, stop bringing up Kate. I'm glad she's dead. Okay, Thelonious Dunk. I'll say it. I'm glad Kate is dead, and I wish I had seen it in person. Sorry, that was kind of rude. Let's see here. Elevator lady, how dare you? Peck on Bad says, I tried to stop them. You failed, okay? No, I didn't say that. That was rude. Let's continue.
My family represented all 5 branches of the military before Space Force.
And then Space Force, no one's in Space Force.
Right.
Okay, so God, family, country / president, friends, and then armed forces.
Yes.
Okay. Yes. And then anything else come to mind?
That's a lot of life right there.
Yeah. It's hot, right?
Yeah.
It's July 4th in Washington, D.C.
All 5
history.
branches, yeah.
Is climate change real?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Is climate change real?
The theory's not all in on it, but yeah.
No, they are all in on it. They are all in on it. Okay, what did I even say that right? Of course it's real.
Think it's man-made, or we're causing it or not? We're causing days like this or not?
I can't tell. It was like this in '72 in France, and they all died. So you know,
we all die.
No cars in.
Yeah. All right, it happens.
All right. What? In France and they all died? What?
Give a message to Donald Trump, what would it be?
Keep making America great, baby. We love you and we support you. Happy
Oh
birthday,
my
America.
God.
And if you give a message to the United States of America, what would it be?
Happy birthday.
I guess, guys, you see that? They're all a bunch of death cultists. I'm not exaggerating. I've said this before. Our country is run by a Christian death cult that celebrates the idea of the apocalypse and wants everyone to die because they think they're going to go to a glorious afterlife. I'll say it again. Our country is run by a Christian far right wing death cult. And yet we look at somewhere like Iran and we're like, oh my God, look at these radical Muslims. Our country is run by a radical Christian death cult. And I'm not exaggerating at all. They think that they can bring about the second coming of Christ, and they celebrate the idea of mass death and destruction. That is a death cult. Okay? Isn't that fun? Don't you all feel safe and secure out there? Don't you all feel safe and secure out there knowing that? Don't you all feel super, super safe and secure? Nothing wrong here, guys. Not the fascism, not the death cult that runs us. Yay. Okay.
America, let's join together and use some common sense and stop listening to the left-wing fucking media because they're nuts.
If you could give a message to the left-wing media, what would it be?
Like, tell some truth and stop being so fucking ugly.
Look, well, I hate you. Okay, it is a death cult, okay?
To Trump and give him a chance because everybody knows that your pockets are paid for by your donors and your billionaires that tell you what to say on the TV. So why don't you have some balls?
No, Texture Splunky, yeah, anyway, never mind. Oh, sorry,
what's
I
really
misread
going
that.
on out there because you know better.
If you give a message to Joe Biden, what would it be?
Bye-bye.
If you give a message to Hillary Clinton, what would it be?
Oh, you don't want, I can't even use the kind of language for that nasty woman. She's a horrible.
Try and summarize if I can.
Okay.
A small group of families, and even people above them are part of the deep state. They are controlling the mail-in votes and all the voting in the machines.
I love this, guys.
And
I love this country.
that's why elections
Hello,
aren't
Sam.
fair, but in
I love
2024...
America. God bless us, right, Sir Bart and Dolly Boy, the two biggest patriots in here. Don't you both love America?
They just
Everyone, show your American pride in the chat. Why
failed.
not?
No, you're not
Thank
listening.
you, Dolly Boy. Yes,
Donald
there
Trump
we
was
go.
too big to rig.
Tom, I noticed that a couple of the states decided
God
to
bless
not come,
America.
which I think is just horrible. We are the United States of America. We're states and we're all united.
Well, there's been a little bit of controversy about the fair itself. Do you know?
Thank
Do
you,
know
Sam.
some of
I
the things-
agree. Make America gay again. That's great.
And with these people, with these states not coming, there are so many people far to the right.
Texture Splunky, don't worry. Loiso is joking, okay? Loiso is like a regular member of the community. Loiso makes a lot of jokes. Loiso doesn't actually want to kill off all the French, okay?
Far to the left.
I know you couldn't tell because you don't know, but...
It's not about the president, who you may agree with or disagree with. This is about the country we all live in.
Well, let me tell you a little bit about the controversy, and you can weigh in on
I
it.
hate all of you.
So there's America 250, the PAC that was in charge
no
of putting
problem.
all of this on.
Oh, good.
But Donald Trump created Freedom 250.
Okay.
That's his own political organization. And so he started taking donations to that. It started to feel like maybe it was more of a Donald Trump celebration, a partisan celebration. And that's when
Thank
the
you,
musical
Jay Will. I
acts
needed that.
started withdrawing and that sort of thing. How do you feel about that?
I think it's great. If we can get more entertainment to bring the country together on the mall, the National Mall of D.C., and we can get more people to come, more entertainment, more...
Bisky, the essay you got that got you into grad school was Make America White Again, and I talked about white supremacy and Trump. Amazing, Bisky. I'd like to hear about that actually at some point. More bread, more circuses. Of course, you know it. Thelonious, you know a lot of shit. I got to tell you, a big compliment to you. Yeah, you're right. Okay, that's a great way of putting it. Bread and circuses. Great historical reference there. Let's see here. F the patriarchy, F the colonizers. Yeah, F all of it. F all of it. Absolutely. All right. Jesus.
American.
Okay.
But they backed out because Donald Trump kind of created
Thank
his
you, Tater
own
Tot.
financial entity.
I understand that, but that's really unfortunate that you don't have to agree with the president.
Ew. I mean, I feel like I need to cover chat's eyes. That might have been too inappropriate for some of you heterosexuals out there. Some of you are disgusting. You're probably like, ooh, anime girls. You probably like that shit. You disgust me. I hate all of you. Okay, so thank you, Pet Combat. Sorry that the thing isn't working correct. And sorry that the thing isn't working correct. And it's like sending them all together or whatever, okay? I know how you straights are. I know how you straights are. A lot of you straights out there. Ew, Thelonious, nasty. Thelonious is like, I'm all bricked up now. I know. What a waste of money. Fix it. I can't fix it. It's never done it before. Okay. I hate all of you. Yeah, all you straights out there. That was great having both of them at once. I guess peck on that. I'm sorry that it's not working the way it should. It's never done that before. Okay. Right, you all sicken me. You're gross. Okay, it's okay. No, it's not. It's not okay to be straight. I disagree. I disagree. All of the straights out there, there is something deeply wrong with you. It's deeply unnatural. Clearly, God put the prostate in the ass for a reason. Why you know what? I'm being mean. I apologize. I take back what I said. Okay. Anyway, no, I know, guys. There actually are a lot of straight people in here. You know, I randomly yell about fucking straight people for no reason. I'm gonna take the crap from a gay. How dare you, Sam? Sam says us straights. I'm gonna take this crap from a gay guy who has no fashion sense. I have a fashion sense. You rude. Okay, rude. Okay, I know. Thanks, LaCroix. Thank you. I know, LaCroix, that straight people can stimulate their prostates. Okay, whatever. I hate you. Okay, I'm straight. Never apologize to us. Okay, I hope you know I love you. I love you all. Okay, you're all fucking rude, and I hate you. All right, and we're all Eve. There. Okay, whatever. Okay, misogyny, ignoring. I hate you. Gross. You know, Mayflower. I don't need your nonsense doctor talk about whatever you're talking about. Okay. Yes, you have a magic button, Thelonious Dunk. Okay, whatever. Are we done with this? Okay, are we done? You have multiple guy crushes. Amazing, Bisky. Okay, whatever. Let's go on.
He's still your president. He's still the president of the United States.
Jonas, listen, Jonas. How long have you been a member of this community, Jonas? Are you really still shocked by that? Like, come on. Are you really still shocked by that, Jonas, at this point? Don't you think that might be your fault at this point? Because, like, if you're still here and you're, like, still have the... Anyway, okay.
And for Americans to bow out and not come because they don't like a couple things that the president does, that's partisan and not bringing the country together.
Well, there was a bipartisan commission to put this on, and
Great.
He made it something under his own name, and that's what bothered people, I think.
They're allowed to be bothered by it, then they're just missing out on a great celebration of our country.
Should he have done that, though? Should he have created a whole different pack?
I'm not the president, so nor do I want to be president. I wouldn't choose to do that.
But what's your first name?
My name's Carl.
Carl, you do not want to be president? You are not running for...
I swear to God, Chairman Barr, I swear to God, I am never going to explain to you what a power bottom is. I've already done this. We are not going to do it again, okay? No more power bottoming, okay? And no, elevator lady, I'm not going to talk about what flicking the bean means. You know what? Do you all remember when you guys actually had to teach me what that phrase meant? Because I didn't know what that meant, okay? Tater Tot says, my heterosexual proclivities are just a phase. They are, okay? It's just a phase. Tater Tot's parents don't have to panic. Don't worry. Her being heterosexual is just a phase. She'll get over it. All right. You know what? No, Thelonious. I will not talk about that. You all sicken me.
I'm not running for president. If nominated, I will not run.
Okay, so big announcement here. Carl, not going to run for president. Something to keep in mind.
I think people need to... Got to fly over. Oh, there we go.
Jesus.
Yay!
Yes, it is,
Look at the
LaQual.
planes.
What a dumb question, LaQual. Okay, are we done with this? Okay, you know what? We're done with this. I can't do it. I'm done with the video. Okay. I'm going to put my fucking face up here for a second. I'm going to put my face up. Where the fuck is my face? Jesus Christ, where the fuck is my face? I don't know what the fuck to do with myself. Where's my face? There it is. I'm not going to explain the bean, okay? You have Google, don't you? Fucking do a Google search. Jesus. Okay. CR, have you ever touched a bean? Actually, no, elevator lady. That's a different story. Anyway, so we don't need to talk about that though, do we? All right. So soybeans are the best beans out of all the beans. Maybe pecan bad, maybe. Okay, teach me about beans. No, there are different kinds of beans. There are black beans. There are pinto beans. There are bullseye beans. I don't know. There's lots of kinds of beans. Okay, there's great northern beans. Have you touched a Sam, I swear to God, I swear to fucking God, I hate you so much. I'm not gonna fucking answer you, Sam. I swear to God, I'm gonna find you, Sam. I'm gonna come to Scandinavia. Anyway. Okay, listen, let's go back to peanuts. No, let's not. You all are fucking rebelling today. And I know it's Saturday, but we're not allowed to have joy in this community. You understand me? There's no humor or joy in this community. This is a very fucking serious Bisky, I swear to God, don't you remind them of that. Don't remind them that how I showed you the Ben Shapiro flexing videos. What the fuck? What is wrong with all of you? What the fuck is wrong with all of you? Jesus Christ. Okay. Whatever, wherever you are, Sam, I don't fucking know where you are. Okay. You all look the same to me. All you lunatics look the same to me. Okay. I don't fucking know where you're from. Okay. You all look the same to me. All right. I don't know. Let's see here. He flushes. Yeah. Oh God. Okay. What did I miss here? Dolly. All right. Did I see anything? Deep dive on beans. I hate you, Sam. I hate you so much. Okay. All your names look the same to me on the screen. I don't fucking know the difference between you. Okay. Exactly. It's a joke. Anyway, I hate you all. Okay. Anyway. All right. We okay. No. Okay. No. La policía. No. Thanks. Thank you, everyone. This has been a really rough stream for me. This has been a very, very rough stream for me. It's been hard to get through it, okay? You all have made my life a living fucking hell. You know that? All right. Listen, folks, listen. I know the last couple of days I haven't streamed as long as I have normally. I love you too, Dolly Boy. Why is it about you? It's all about me, Mayflower. Kid, everything is about me. It does jump. Well, no, it does jump scare me. Literally, when they all come at me at once, it's very loud and it makes me want to jump. Okay. Sam say rough. Why? Like a dog? Look, no, I'm not a dog, Lois. So how dare you? Are you going? I probably will abandon you. Tell us about the sword and then get out of here. Go get some of those BK Crown Nuggets. What the fuck does that mean, Thelonious Dunk? Why do you want me to bark for you like a fucking dog? If you donate money to me, I'll bark like a dog. Literally, donate money to me. Send me $10 right now and I will bark like a dog. Oh, Le Quabois. Oh, I'm sorry, Le Quabois. I'm really not that sorry. I know I haven't been streaming for as long the last few days. Okay. But I am going to abandon all of you. No, Bisky, not right now. Not right now. I need to spend some time with the family. Okay. What do you mean outer signal? What other stream? What other stream? Are you trying to use emotional blackmail against me, outer signal? Okay. All right. I'll bark for $5. Whatever. I hate all of you. Okay, guys. I love you all very much. Bisky, go on Discord and submit it for the next stream. Right. Okay, guys, forgive me. I promise next week I will try to stream for longer. I've needed a bit of a break. Look, I swear to God, I swear to fucking God, I hate you. Okay? I hate you so much. I will, Sam. I'll tell him that, okay? All right. You all know what I'm about to say, don't you, folks? You all know what I'm about to say. First of all, free Palestine. Free Palestine. Free Sudan. Free the Ukraine. Free Cuba. Free Venezuela, free everywhere, all at once. Never stop resisting. The easiest way to resist is to think for yourselves. The easiest way to resist, thank you, Jelly, I did get a haircut, is to think for yourselves, and that includes when you watch me. I'm not perfect. I make mistakes. See what other people are saying. Don't get caught in an information silo, because the easiest way to resist is to think for yourselves. We live in a fascist moment in this country. Fascism thrives in an environment where people have lost faith in their democratic institutions, so they turn to more radical ends of the political spectrum. We need major reforms and revolutionary change in this country. You cannot stand in the center against fascism. If you do, the fascists will walk all over you. Don't be a slug. Don't let the fascists walk all over you. Okay? Don't do it. Fight back, and I know you can. On the wall behind me is a sword. The name of this sword is Chainbreaker. It is thought to have been responsible for the death of 7 slave owners. Why do I have it back there? It's been passed down in my family for many years. Why do I have it back there? To remind everyone that our ancestors made some major sacrifices, including fighting and often dying, for some of the things we have today. Please do not let their sacrifice go to waste, folks. Please, please, please do not let the sacrifice of our ancestors go to waste, and always, always, always fight for a better future. And on that note, folks, you all have a good rest of your day. You know I love you very much. Please join our Discord. I don't often stream on Sundays. So I probably won't stream tomorrow. If I get suddenly in the mood, I will, but it's unlikely. So I'll see you all again on Monday. If there's anything else I wanted to say, thank you, Peck on that. Okay. I do love you all very much. Please join the Discord. Okay. All right. I'll see you all then. All right, guys. Bye-bye. Love you very much.